the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year, with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru made it! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are excited to welcome Coinbase as a presenting partner of the Speed Chess Championship. Earlier today, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave demolished Gukesh in what was a very one-sided matchup. And right now, we have an excellent matchup in store for everybody. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And Danya, we have Magnus Carlsen taking on Vidit Gujrathi.
An incredible match to round off our doubleheader, Robert. I cannot wait. Anywhere we see Magnus Carlsen, we know it's going to be an amazing match. But Vidit, definitely a formidable opponent. He is not just going to fold over and die. He is a blitz player with a pedigree, and he is determined to score the upset of the SCC.
Yes, Magnus Carlsen, he is the favorite, pretty much whatever matchup he plays. And we see he takes on Vidit Gujrathi. The games will start in just about 8 minutes from now. And facing Magnus, it's never, ever easy. We know how strong he is in all formats, but the Speed Chess Championship is one that he himself has said, it's maybe the ultimate test of SCC prowess, of Speed Chess prowess.
It absolutely is. This is the litmus test. Can you survive against Magnus Carlsen? Not only can very few survive, but very few can even put up more than a couple points on the board. Magnus Carlsen has blown so many people away across all formats. He continues to do so to this day, even as he shifted his focus from the World Cup, which he won, to his incredible domination of online tournaments. We take a look at his resume there. Let me open people up on a secret, Robert. This is not all of Magnus Carlsen's achievements in his chess career, believe it or not.
No, certainly not. And in that Super United GCT Rapid and Blitz, in the Blitz, he won all 9 games in a given day. That was something that made him smile, like we see on the graphic in front of us. He's been dominant. He's been exceptional. The only non-first place finish he's had, Danya, was second place in the Bullet Chess Championship. The big difference there's no increment in the BCC. Here in the SEC, there definitely is.
It's a very different story with increment. Magnus playing very well without increment, with increment, as are the other quarterfinalists. As we take a look at our bracket there, the All-American matchup will be happening between Hikaru and Caruana. We just determined Nihal's challenger. It will be MVL, who blows through Gukesh with a margin of 13. And Alireza Firouzja against Wesley, so could not get any better than that. And we're not even through our first round matchups.
No, we are not. We are going to have Magnus against Vidit starting soon. And of course, we will also have Yana Pomshi, who is a last-second entrant. He replaces Ding Liren, will be taking on Arjun Aragaisi. But there have been no upsets in the Speed Chess Championship thus far. Donnie, I guess the big question is, when will we see our first, if ever?
Well, is today going to be the day? I mean, is Vidit going to be the man to defeat Magnus Carlsen in an SCC match? You know, the advice shared about defeating early world champion Alexander Alekhine comes to mind. It was famously said that you have to defeat him 3 times, once in the opening, once in the middle game, once in the end game. I think the SEC format lends itself to that kind of characterization. You will need to beat Magnus across all 3 formats because he can come back even when he faces a large deficit. He's done that before. This is a scary task.
And you mentioned beating him in the SEC format. This is what that looks like. You get your points until time runs out. Traditional chess scoring, 1 point for a win, half for a draw. If we're tied at the end of regulation, we get 4 games of 1+1 bullet chess. And if it still remains tied, if it's deadlocked, we get Armageddon with bidding. We start the show with a full hour and a half of 5 minutes plus 1 second added per move. Then we get an hour of 3 minutes plus that 1 second increment. Last but certainly not least, it didn't matter in our earlier match between MVL and Gukesh, but it usually does. 30 minutes of bullet chess, and all games count as long as there is even a second remaining on the match clock, Danya. We know how important that is in each and every time set.
And I'm hoping that in this second match of our doubleheader, we actually will need to reference that rule. As amazing as it was to watch our first match, it was a blowout. It was a blowout from the very first moments. I'm really curious to see what characteristic this match will follow, what kind of arc it is going to have, and is it going to be similar at all to our first match?
Well, Magnus Carlsen is taking part in this second match. Of course, a fan favorite, the #1 rated player in the world for so long. It's easy to forget his many accomplishments, but he did not win the Speed Chess Championship in 2022. He's looking to recover in 2023. And let's break down this opening match. We're thrilled to have Deloitte, a leader in their field, as an official partner for the Speed Chess Championship. Their dedication to excellence aligns perfectly with the ethos of chess and with the chess.com mission to grow the game and sport of chess. Deloitte is the official data insights partner of the SEC. Let's dive right now into our Deloitte game analytics. And here they are, Danya. The first thing that pops out to me is that huge rating from Magnus, 3256 blitz rating on chess.com.
And it is, I think, at the current moment, the highest blitz rating on chess.com. Obviously, Magnus and Hikaru trade the #1 and #2 spots pretty regularly. But the second thing that jumps out at me is their blitz head-to-head. It is an overwhelming lead for Magnus Carlsen, but still, they haven't played all that many games. 15 sounds like a lot, but not when you consider how many blitz games the top guys play amongst each other, and no bullet games whatsoever. It's a blank slate. I can't wait for the bullet segment. I can't wait for this match overall.
Me neither, and it looked like they refused to draw against one another. What they do draw is blood, but no half points. None in their head-to-head matchup in Blitz Chess. But there are more analytics to dive into, so why don't we check out the numbers here. We see, oh my goodness, the peak Blitz rating from Magnus, 3322. Whoa. Nearly 3,100 for Vidit, which of course is stellar numbers from him. But 3,390 in Bullet. Danya, Magnus, he's a monster in all time controls.
He really is. There's only 2 players who have ever reached a rating of 3,300 or higher on chess.com. One is Hikaru Nakamura, the other is Magnus Carlsen. I will be repeating that kind of information consistently because they are the only 2 players who have achieved this level of dominance over all forms of online chess. But of course, Magnus, very experienced in the SEC, an incredible game rate. His likelihood to win any individual SEC game is well over 50%. That's a pretty terrifying stat.
Yes, because that may seem like he only wins 56% of time. That's not win percentage. That's individual games that he wins. He draws more. He barely loses. And, well, Vidit, he is going to have to take down Magnus today in every single time control. So let's dive into the smarter chess predictions. Danya, you and I, we regularly disagree. So let's look at today's smarter chess prediction of this match. Ooh, it's a lopsided prediction, 20-8 final score. What do you think of that?
And this is a particularly lopsided prediction, even more so than the previous match. Again, for Vidit, 6.5, 2.5 is not an acceptable 5+1 score. We saw what happened to Gukesh when he lost the first 2 games. MVL never looked back. Well, Magnus is exactly the same way. If he can get off to that big start, and if he can follow Smarter Chess's prediction in the 5+1 segment, yeah, I think it's going to be a blowout. So yet again, I'm a broken record, but I'm going to repeat it one more time. The first 30 minutes of this match are absolutely crucial if Vidit wants to defy the expectations.
Well, Vidit Gujrati, a super grandmaster. He is such a strong player in his own right, but as you correctly, aptly stated it, he needs to defy expectations. The numbers from Smarter Chess say that Magnus is going to win. The community filled out their brackets. They made predictions. And Danya, I think there are a lot of Vidit fans out there, but at some point realism has to set in, and only 2% of the community thought that Vidit will beat Magnus in this match.
Vidit's an amazing player. I think we're going to showcase his ability to stay afloat in time pressure, his opening preparation throughout the match. But like you said, you have to be realistic. Magnus Carlsen is a safe bet. He is always going to be the favorite, no matter who he faces. And this match is no exception. We see over 5,000 of you filling out Magnus Carlsen as your winner, and we will see if Vidit will score the upset of SCC history. And I think it's safe to call this the upset of SCC history if Vidit can score the shocking win.
Yes, that would be. And let's look at the players as they're about to start. Magnus Carlsen, he is on vacation, it would seem, but that background does look familiar. And look at his shirt. Daniel, he is looking like he's on the beach.
He's looking like he's on the beach in Hawaii, sipping a pina colada, having himself a good time. Well, I don't think he's got the pina colada. He's got something that he's tucking into a little bit of fuel before the match begins. Vidit, a lot more pensive. I think a lot more focused, serious mode. And Vidit at home in India as well, also chewing on something.
Probably just getting a little bit of a snack in before the match begins. Yeah, Vidit's background, we know it. We love it. He has produced so much content. He has so many fans in India and around the world. And he would love nothing more than to beat Magnus Carlsen. And I will say again, because earlier this year, done it in the Pro Chess League, Vidit beat Magnus Carlsen in the matchup between their two teams. So Vidit has done it before. He needs to do it again and again and again and again, because that's the only way, as you put it, to defy expectations.
He's a hydra with many heads. You need to chop each of those heads off, and you need to do it on several different fronts. You need good positions out of the opening. You need to not allow Magnus to put pressure on your clock. And by all means, you need to exploit all of the tactical opportunities that Magnus grants you, because there will be very few of them. You cannot leave a single point on the table if you want to defeat the best player in chess history. And let's see if Vidit is up to the task. I'd also mention, Robert, he's got a lot of experience in RCC formats. He's got experience in the increment format. He is a very fast player. I think that he's got it in himself to, at the very least, give Magnus a difficult match. And there we go.
And Vidit has an unhappy recent history with Blitz Chess. He played in Calcutta. He started the event 6 out of 9, a great first day, but then things just went absolutely wrong for him. He was stumbling down the stretch and he did not finish well. So Vidit, he would like to get out in the early stages on a positive note. And we see the black side of an exchange Spanish. It was a Berlin, an anti-Berlin, we should call it. But done in this position, black has the bishop pair, but white has the healthier pawn structure.
Yeah, this is a very well-studied line. This has been a frequent guest now for well over a decade at the top level, as we see Carlsen, prophylactic move there, h3, restricting the development of black's bishop. But you normally see this bishop coming out to e6, and you sometimes see the knight dropping back to d7 in order to afford black the opportunity to reinforce the center with f6.
And I like the way that Vidit is handling this position and his clock. He is just gaining space on the queen side. He has an extra pawn from the A through the C file. It's a double pawn, sure, but you could throw those pawns at the B5 and keep up the initiative there. But what Magnus is doing is saying, I'm going after your bishop pair, and if I take on E6, the healthier pawn structure, that will be nice for white in the long term.
Very rudely asking black a question. Do you want to keep your bishop pair, or are you okay giving up this bishop on e6? And now Vidit turns it back at Magnus. Do you want to keep this knight on g5, or do you want to eliminate the bishop on e6? Magnus decides to keep the tension. Vidit has advanced his pawn to a4, also preventing the other knight from accessing this typical b3 square. And finally, we do get a trade on e6, which I think will be followed up either by knight c4 or knight f3.
He goes to the king side. Black should probably play f6. He castles first, but if white plays knight h4 to go to f5, the essential question is, will black play g6 to stop that does weaken dark squares in front of the king, or will you just allow the knight to venture into enemy territory?
Knight h4 seems like a pretty low-risk way to pose further questions for black. I do like Vidit's position. I think he's displayed a fantastic understanding of these anti-Berlin lines, and he just needs to continue making small improving moves like h6, maybe even bishop b7 to prevent knight h4. You called it, Robert, b5 continuing to expand on the queen side. And I think the position is at the very least equal. Definitely not worse for black.
B5 is one of those risky moves, though, where you do gain space, but your C6 pawn is a little bit tender now, so you do need to be careful. That said, I like the activity of his pieces. He's staring at the D pawn. He's also staring at the E pawn. So bishop E3, maybe black takes on D4 with the pawn because that E4 pawn is in the queen's sights.
And can also meet bishop takes d4 with c5. That's the power of having doubled pawns. You can send one of them forward and then the other one forward to defend b5. A big decision here for Magnus Carlsen. He can, of course, release the tension on his own terms with d takes e5, but that opens up the diagonal for black's bishop. That also allows black to jump in with the knight and reinforce the pressure on the e4 pawn when the knights get traded on e5. So Magnus going for a more flexible approach, getting the bishop out to g5 and trying to maybe cover the f6 square.
And he wants to go bishop h4, bishop g3 at the right moment to stare into black's center. What black does not want to do is play e takes d4, allowing c takes d4, where that c6 pawn is an easy target. And then you need to keep the pawn in c6 because the b5 pawn is tender. So that's the downside of pushing pawns. If white goes for the c file, that pawn is in trouble. But if black could put that pawn back on b7, darn it, you can just pick it up and put it back there for a second, just hover. Then, all of a sudden, black's queenside feels very safe.
Yeah, b5, b7. If you could even do that one time per chess game, that would completely change the tenor of the game. But look at Vidit, bishop a5. Ooh, is right. That forces the rook away. Now queen takes c4, eats into white's center. It doesn't win a pawn, Robert, because white will be able to take on c6. But that seems like a better endgame for black.
Of course, white has this isolated pawn on d4. The c7 weakness is defended by a bishop. Now the question becomes, does black go bishop b6 to hit d4? He says, no, I'll go rook e2 first. But is bishop g3 an impending threat? And is black in a bit of danger on the c7 square?
Rook e2 was a very tempting move, but it was a one-move threat. And king f1 will toss the rook away from e2. This is not a stable rook. You're absolutely right. Bishop g3 reinforces the attack on c7. And how many times have we seen Magnus do this? He's slightly worse than an endgame. You think you're not risking. 2 moves later, you already feel like you're on the cusp of getting crushed. This is what he does best. And he does it especially well within the confines of a limited time control when you don't have as much time to figure out the right defensive setup. And I feel like Vidit is starting to lose the thread here.
Wow, b4, just making his bishop look like a bystander. And you can see on Vidit's face, he's not a fan of the last few moves. And Danya, I thought you were going to say that Magnus is especially dangerous when he's eating food, because we have seen him do that in all of the events he plays online, where he gets that nourishment, and then he is recharged and ready to go.
And you can just sense it. He gets into the zone. He starts feeling confident. And at some point, when you're sitting across from him virtually, of course, I assume Vidit is not currently in Oslo, you just feel this total sense of hopelessness. And I felt it for the last time in my Bullet Chess Championship match against Magnus. You go down 3 or 4 points, and in your mind, you try to pep yourself up. You try to say, let's go, let's get some games. But you know deep inside that Magnus is never going to relinquish a lead like that. That's the most debilitating feeling in all of chess. You know what else is debilitating? White's attack on c7 comes from 3 different sources, and black can't defend that pawn.
And you know what a good move for black would be? Rook to e2. But he did that move too quickly, which allowed the king to take control of that square. Because if black could play rook e2, if the white king were on g1, then white would have to deal with the b2 threat. You wouldn't have time to pick up c7. So unfortunately for Vidit, this is getting quite bad for him. It's a difficult situation, and he's down 2 minutes in the clock.
2 consecutive mistakes. That's all it took. And the position went from clearly better for black, maybe slightly better for black, to perhaps now borderline winning for white. Magnus dropping back to c4, reinforcing the d4 pawn. I think Vidit is trying to get his knight around to a6, so he's found a way to defend the c7 pawn. The thing is, Robert, that's not the only problem in black's position. In fact, that's one of a million problems in black's position. Both rooks are in danger of getting crushed here. The e4 rook might be the first one to get trapped.
And to some extent, white doesn't even want to win a pawn, because with all these pawns on the board, black's pieces are completely stuck. So bishop b6 seems to be the only move that I see that saves the day against knight c6, which is a pretty nasty threat. But bishop on b6, it protects c7, it attacks d4. So even if white wants to play knight c6 takes b4, black does have a counter against white's center.
30 seconds for Vidit. Magnus has kept himself armed with 3 full minutes on the clock. I think he would likely win this with the time situation reversed. given 3 extra minutes on the clock, I think Vidit's position is utterly hopeless. Bishop b6 is the only move. Otherwise, f3 literally traps the rook, but it doesn't matter. This is a moot point. Game 1 is going to go to Magnus.
What is he considering here? I mean, he's going to have to lose on time. He's down under 10 seconds. Vidit needs to make a move. Whoa.
c5, but knight c6 resigns. That doesn't solve anything.
I think he just overlooked it. He could still go knight c6. I don't get it.
Take the bishop, and you're up a piece, and you win the game?
Yeah. Unfortunately for Vidit, and another downside of playing rook e2 earlier is the white king had stopped the black rook from getting the second rank. It is resignation. It is over. Game 1. Magnus Carlsen takes his first lead of the match, and done. It's getting important for Vidit. He cannot spend so much time where he's dilly-dallying. He's not sure of his plan. That's not going to work out well against Magnus.
It's not, but that's also the hard part, because the move that ultimately lost him the game, I don't think it was before. I actually think it was rook e2. Maybe I'm overstating the case here. The position was still equal after rook e2, but it set the tone for the endgame. And that move he spent only a couple of seconds on. Can't blame him. It was a tempting move. But this is what Magnus does so well. He puts you in situations where you start taking your time and you take too much time. You play quickly, it turns out to be a mistake. And soon enough, you get into your own head like that. That is the kind of pressure that he puts on everybody. But I like what Vidit's doing here. He's playing an interesting sideline, deploying the queen to f3 before playing the move f2, f4, which is considered very standard fare in the Night Arf.
And he castles queenside, so if Magnus decides to castle kingside, we could have a slugfest, a tactical skirmish, and Magnus, I think, smartly starts at queen c7. There's no reason to commit your king to the kingside just yet, because now if white wants to make moves like g4 and h4, those could backfire if the black king does not actually castle.
I've faced this line a couple of times in recent weeks, and I do think that g4 is the kind of prescribed way of playing g4, h4, and then ultimately bishop takes f6 and g5. I'm not sure exactly what white gains from, delaying the move f4 or not playing f4 at all, but Vidit doesn't seem too sure of how to continue his development. I guess he's deciding between bishop d3 and g4.
And 5-minute time control with that 1 second increment is just how we start each and every match. To some players, that can feel like classical chess, because most of the blitz they play online is 3-minute flat with no increment, or is in Title Tuesday. Wait, is it Tuesday, by the way?
It is Tuesday.
Oh, okay. Well, so in Title Tuesday, which is probably going on right now,
it is,
or just finished, then these players have 3 minutes plus 1 second increment. So 5 plus 1 likely feels like an eternity to these players.
And 5 plus 1 means that, if you have a particularly important situation, you can spend a minute and a half. We've seen some players spend upwards of 3 minutes on a move. Sometimes the position demands it. The issue is that when you're playing Magnus, you want to be very careful about allowing yourself to just sit there for as long as it takes, because you get down below a minute, Magnus will always find a way to put pressure on you and to make you regret it. So let's keep a close eye on Vidit's time management. Both sides here taking their time as Magnus develops his knight to c6, challenging its counterpart on d4. And typically, Robert, knight takes c6 favors black, because after bc, not only do you get the b file for your rook with long-term pressure on b2, but also you're able to grab more of the center with d6, d5.
I don't think white wants any part of knight takes c6. I think it's time to develop bishop e2. Then white slides the queen over to g3. And then you could start suggesting that you're going after the black king side. All that said, some of black's moves are quite easy. If you play bishop e2, black plays bishop d7. If you play queen g3, I'm not sure if there's actually that big of a threat at the moment. So is there a threat from that white queen? Like, what is white's next turn?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't believe there is a threat. I mean, bishop f6. Bishop f6, so g7 is not actually under fire. You could drop your bishop back and try to play this like some sort of a Taimanov down a tempo, but a one-move threat against the g7 pawn is not dangerous. Black could even conceivably castle kingside, and white doesn't have all that much beef on the kingside to attack with. So Magnus, he ignores it. He plays bishop d7, and a big moment for Vidit. He has to spin something out on the kingside.
And he plays f4. He's going for a kingside initiative. Black can play h6, but then white will slide the bishop back to h4 rather than trading on f6. And then the g7 pawn is really under attack in some of these lines. Look at this. Bishop h4 How is black going to deal with the g7 pawn, as it does appear to be hanging?
Well, I've seen rook g8 played a suspicious number of times, which seems terrible because your king is then stranded in the center. Normally in these lines, you do not go queenside. Your queenside is too compromised. But maybe Magnus is trying to quickly shove through the move g7, g5, which is a very powerful positional move. It's also trapping the bishop if the queen remains on g3. But even if the queen were to move, Robert, g5 carves out a very, very nice outpost for the knight on e5, and that could justify the placement of the king in the center. But look at Vidit. Is he going to go, ugh?
But why did he go
giving
back?
up the bishop pair?
Bring up the analysis board, because you and I had our head in the same direction. If we can just go back here, knight to b5, it probably doesn't work out, and Vidit is so strong that, the EVA board doesn't hate it. But we're just going to take on d6, play e5 after that. There should be some initiative from white.
And then you could even follow up with knight takes f7, discovering an attack on the bishop. You've got 3 pawns for the piece. And, the position is wildly complicated. But instead, Vidit makes the tepid move, knight d4 to b3. I thought that Magnus is going to go kingside here because without a dark squared bishop, white's got 0 attacking chances. I'm also surprised that Magnus went the other way. I still think black is a great position, both sides improving the placement of their kings. But this just doesn't seem to be the kind of strategy with the white pieces that's going to win you a game against Magnus Carlsen.
There is 0 attack, 0 pressure against the black king, which is safely tucked away on b8. And on the other side of things, that bishop on f6 stares towards that knight on c3. So actually, can black move the knight? Let's say knight e7. Mm-hmm. Isn't bishop takes c3 a pretty big threat?
Great call. I think Magnus has this move in his pocket. It's also kind of hard to prevent because black has this monopoly over the dark squares, which means that there's nothing white can do with this knight. He tries to protect it, and Magnus goes the other way. Knight a7, threatening to jump into b5 and apply potentially decisive pressure on this knight. Rook c1, I think, might be forced.
Exactly what I was going to say, partner. Rook c1 seems the only way to defend. He instead brings his knight back to d4. That is a pretty clever way of stopping knight to b5, but something about this position feels kind of wrong.
Now, obviously, Magnus could repeat the position once, and Vidit would not mind a repetition, but I would be shocked. I would be shocked if Magnus acquiesces to a draw here. A kind of Magnus move would be bishop b8. Magnus likes to make these slow improving moves, keeping the tension, particularly in the context of Vidit's clock, which is now down to 97 seconds. Let's see how Magnus tightens the screws here. I'm really curious to see how he improves his position.
One annoying thing about Magnus' position, though, let's say bishop e8, white has a very natural rook h to d1. And that d6 pawn, it is a bit tender. So you're not going to get d5 in. That seems impossible for black to make work. And whoa, bishop b5.
Tactics. Damn girl.
So if you play knight c takes b5, knight takes b5, unfortunately, white can't take with both knights because queen takes c2 check will lead to an immediate checkmate.
And queen takes b2 there, indeed, is made. But rook d2, a very cold blood. I really like that response by Vidit, just dropping the rook back. Now Magnus could play this move, bishop e8, that we were talking about earlier. And he's improved his position marginally in that the rook, one could argue, is inferior on d2 versus d3, because now the knight on c3 is under a little bit more fire by the rook on c8. Magnus massaging the weaknesses, applying more pressure, watching Vidit's clock tick down even further.
And this queen on e3 is loose. That knight on d4 cannot move. e5 is not a winning threat because the knight can then go to f5, but you need to be careful about these things. I think that shows some good caution. Rook to d3 protects that queen.
Great move. And e5 from white's perspective there would have run into an unexpected pin along this diagonal. So Vidit unaligns his rook and his queen, which is good for future prevention of moves like bishop g5. And Magnus, once again, the ball is in his court. He's made all of the kind of low-hanging fruit types of moves. Is he going to start resorting to moves like king a8?
Yeah,
I say that as he plays it.
You called it, but look at this. We have queen to d2 being played by Vidit. He's lining up all of his forces against that d6 pawn.
Vidit with some majestic maneuvering here. The way that he's reshuffled his heavy pieces, bringing to bear a semi-Alekhein's gun on the d-file. He's threatening knight b3, and suddenly it's going to be Magnus who's under some serious pressure in the center, not Vidit.
The d6 pawn is such a weakness that at some point black may make a move like bishop to e7, but that doesn't look pleasant. Why are you backtracking? And let's look at the clock, Danya. Suddenly, I think for the first time in the match, Vidit is ahead by a very important almost 15 seconds.
He's trusted his instincts. He was very careful. And now Magnus feeling some frustration as he lifts his rook up to d7. I think he's preparing to double on the c-file and exert more pressure on the knight. It's still a position where anything can happen. I'm still very worried about the influence that this dark-squared bishop exerts in the long run, but Vidit with another good, cautious move, closing down the b-file and opening up a direct line of fire against the d6 pawn.
And if you play rook c to d8, adding another defender over there, there could be some knight a4 tactics at the right moment. So be very careful here. I like knight a4.
And you're going after that b6 square. The queen could slide over to e3, and you could conceive of a scenario where knight b6 is virtually unstoppable, and he's found it.
Yes, and the queen slides back to d8, and what's the next follow-up? Queen e3. This is looking scary.
Rook c6 might be forced here, but Magnus is on the ropes here.
And look at the next knight. Move. And the rook goes back. Unfortunately, I don't see a good discovery. Like knight f5, those type of moves, you just take it. You'll get two minor pieces for the rook. It's not worth that sacrifice from Vidit.
It's definitely not. I think he's going to end up going back to b3 or maybe going back to f3. No, he's got f5. He's attacking on the other side. Magnus pushes e5.
Is there knight e6 here? Probably not. He goes back to b3.
And again, the rook comes up to c6.
This feels so close. Rook d5 and then knight a5. Just keep bringing your pieces forward.
Great stuff. Maybe f6, bishop f7. But black's not in time. Knight a5 comes first. Magnus on his back foot here as he defends the b6 square. Great defensive move.
And Vidit's on under 5 seconds. He goes back to c3. He's claiming a positional victory. The d5 square is now his for the taking because the e6 pawn is on e5.
But is it? Magnus could get his knight to b6. He doesn't. With 2 seconds, he plays rook d7. We're in a time scramble. He tries to contest that knight. Is there knight a5?
Oh, there is the end. Knight a5. Now the knight on b6 is loose.
b4.
And he's repeating moves. Is he going to make the draw, though?
No.
No, he doesn't.
Queen comes back. Magnus making some improvements now.
Uh-oh, this is a bold scramble.
And look at Magnus.
No threat.
His pieces are coming out.
Oh, I think there was an a4 tactic available for just a half second there.
There was. That would have won a minor piece. Now we've got a knight versus bishop battle. And the rook is stranded on b6.
And the rook is pinned. The rook comes up to d5. The king escapes. But that rook can't get out of there.
It can't. And Vidit can continue improving his position. Magnus trying to get his bishop to f7. Now the rook finally gets out. But now d6 is under fire.
Oh my gosh. Wait, d6 is gone. It's not under fire. He's taking it. And if he takes on e8, is the rook endgame winning for white?
Well, you can't blame him for going for it either way. He has now eliminated all risk, but we know how good Magnus is at holding these pawn down endgames. Can Magnus pull out the miracle save in the second game? Vidit trying, massaging, chiseling his way into black's position and now improving on the king side.
I think he has it. He should play g5, and he does so. And the e5 pawn is loose, but somehow this doesn't work for white?
No, because of g4. And can black play this for a win? How does white stop the pawn?
If g3, I guess... Wait, he had maybe g3 there. This is just complicated. But now we're seeing mass liquidation. 2 pawns against 1 pawn on the queen side, which the kings are on. This is a draw at this point.
This is Magnus a dead draw on b4. Well. b4 is a really, really classy move. It doesn't matter how many pawns you have on the b file. It's going to be a dead draw. Magnus identified that 2-on-1 position and went straight for it.
So Magnus is going to escape, but Vidit Gujrathi gave him all he could handle, and Magnus barely survives.
That was an incredible game, and that was an encouraging game for Vidit because he didn't get off to the kind of start he wanted in the first game. He got off to a bad start in the second game as well, but he managed to turn it around, and he managed to show that he can basically play on equal terms in a time scramble against Magnus. Unfortunately, that's still not enough. You need to put the finishing touches on a game like that, and Magnus rewards himself with a bite of what seems to be Thai food. I can feel like that's some sort of curry, but not the Steph variety.
No, Magnus looking more like a golfer than a basketball player right now with the baseball cap and the Hawaiian shirt. He's making me hungry. We've been commentating for so many hours.
He's making me hungry too. I've got some food in the fridge, but it will have to wait until after this fascinating match. We've got another anti-Berlin. I feel, Robert, in the early going, that particularly when Magnus is white and Vidit is black, we might be getting a lot of Ruy Lopez's. Magnus doesn't like to vary his opening choices unless he truly feels that a change is well warranted.
And thus far, he has a 1-point lead. Even his game with the black pieces, despite Vidit playing nicely and getting an advantage, the advantage was never so huge. Maybe there was a moment where there was a winning edge just because of the time scramble. But look at this position. This is very Magnus-esque. It's just a closed maneuvering position. And Vidit, in the first game, he struggled when the queens came off the board. It was a weakness in his camp that he couldn't defend adequately. And here in game 3, Vidit's opening, I think, a success once more.
Anybody who watches high-level chess semi-regularly should know that this can also happen out of an Italian, this type of structure, maybe even this exact position. There's a lot of intersection in recent years between the Italian and the Ruy Lopez because of the prevalence of this early D3 in most Ruy Lopez lines, both against the Berlin and against the main line A6. Looks like an equal position to me. There's no reason that black is worse here. He's gotten his knight to the correct square on G6. He has a very solid center, but now he has to decide whether or not to strike at the center further with the move D5. This move can be very hard to evaluate.
And D5 is on the board. So what do you call it? The pawn box in the center where they're all looking at each other. And now this middle of the board is disappearing. And can white, I was going to say, could white throw in bishop takes G6? And that's exactly why black pushed to E4.
Now, D6 is Magnus's idea, keeping black's pawn structure disjointed, but it comes at a great cost. It allows black a free bishop-queen battery aiming at H2 and forcing white's knight to remain tied down on F1. This is a really scary position for white, and I think Vidit could bring his bishop out to F5, and he does. And black's got these ideas of queen D7, bishop takes H3 as well.
That's really important because knight C4 for white, kicking the queen back to D7, and then a move like knight E3, that's quite tempting. But as you're highlighting, bishop takes H3, that might just completely obliterate white's defensive resources, and the king will be wide open for a menacing attack. I think we're seeing this.
Yeah, I was going to propose an analysis board, but we don't need one. The live game is our analysis board. Now, Vidit has one important choice to make. Queen E6 was also possible. I think you rejected that because of bishop to B3. And Magnus is presumably not going to go knight E3. Maybe we can pull up an analysis board now. I'll show this preemptively. Knight E3, how powerful is bishop takes H3? Really freaking powerful, because after queen H3, white is paralyzed. Every square is protected. Let's make some random move. What is black's follow-up going to be? Black's follow-up is going to be knight to H4, followed by knight F3. This is completely unstoppable. Look at how harmoniously, how congruently black's pieces are placed on the king side. Now, if not knight E3, what on earth does Magnus do?
Well, Magnus is figuring that out. He seems bothered. He's moving about in his chair. I don't see an easy choice for him because bishop takes H3 still feels like a threat. The good news without having a knight on E3 is that perhaps a rook can slide up to E3 for white, but I would not want any part of bishop takes H3. So, Donna, is there a way to, I guess, knight E5, but that gives up a pawn. It's a pretty clean pawn.
That is the kind of prescribed method in these desperate situations. You want to jettison as little material as possible in order to keep yourself afloat. If that's a pawn, then that's a pawn. And I think you might have to bite the bullet and throw a knight onto E5. The idea is to open up a line of negotiation between the queens so that you could get those queens off the board. I think he's going for the exchange sacrifice instead. He's gone for your initial suggestion, Robert. Now Vidit has bishop F4. He's also got knight D5. And I think Magnus is planning to just leave the rook on E3 and give up an exchange, maybe put a queen on H5. I don't know.
I think it's a good practical try in a blitz game, but it does look worrisome. And look at Magnus. He's trying to dig deep in this game, but Vidit, he's up over a minute on the clock and has the initiative. Bishop F4, I'm with you that white can play knight G3, give up this rook on E3, and claim that the position is closed enough that minor pieces can actually potentially outshine a rook.
And it's really annoying when you're on the superior side of a position like this and you're already, your mouth is watering, right? You're aiming for bishop takes H3 and suddenly you're like, man, I'm going to have to convert an exchange up, and you start seeing ghosts because you're playing Magnus. And when he's got two minor pieces, it seems like he's got 6 of them. Vidit goes for a different approach. He chases that knight out of C4. He forces Magnus into playing the move we were discussing earlier, and we will in fact get a pawn up endgame for Vidit. We know what happened the first time they reached an endgame. Can he convert his material advantage? These are the chances that you have to exploit if you want to stay afloat against Magnus.
And let's be clear, this position is not winning for Black. Black is up a pawn with great chances. But the difference sometimes is that Magnus, he tends to secure the full point from such a position, whereas players against Magnus or against Hikaru, they do not get the win. In fact, Hikaru and Magnus have won positions just like this in plenty of occasions. So Vidit, he has his work cut out for him. I think he can push this pawn up to a4 as Black here, just to keep those pawns advancing and connected. But where is the next target? You've already won one pawn. Where to next?
I would go so far as to say that if I had Black against Hikaru or Magnus here, I would probably be playing for a draw. I'd probably be happy to secure a draw with an extra pawn. And you know how it is, right? You're feeling nervous even if you're up a rook against these guys. And for good reason, because of how incredibly good they are at manufacturing chances in any position. Now, a big question for Magnus, does he want to exchange knights with knight to e3?
Oof. Knight e3 offers a trade on the spot. It's one of those positions done here where Black is up a pawn, so trading, at least how our coaches teach us, that's good for Black. Less material on the board means better winning chances, but with more material on the board, I feel like White has some weak squares to figure out, and that bishop on d2 in particular, it's not a happy piece.
Excuse me, but I think that was another sloppy move by Vidit. I think he's allowed Magnus to play bishop e3 on the board. Why is this move so strong? Well, it attacks the knight, and it vacates the d2 square for White's knight, after which the e4 pawn is going to be under fire, and suddenly White's minor pieces have acquired a fair bit of coordination.
Where is this knight even going? Knight c4, you just take it and then play knight d2, hitting both the c and the e pawn. Can Black, he plays bishop c7, so he defends the knight that way. That actually looks like a very good move, and I missed it completely because I'm, like most players, struggle with retreating moves.
And suddenly Magnus goes the other way. Knight to g3, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn on e4. And what now? Does he play a slow move like rook e d1? We should also point out the time situation. Magnus under a minute. So still pretty decent winning chances, I think, for Vidit. But it looks like Magnus is the one improving his position.
It's important that you point out rook e rather than rook a to d1. Normally you put up rooks in the center, but Black has a4, maybe followed by a3 if the a1 rook is out of there. So I do think that rook e to d1, that is the precise choice. a4 still looks tempting for me from Vidit's side of things. And look at the clock. Vidit is up a minute and a half.
Magnus basically burning the rest of his time trying to find the right setup. He does go rook a to d1, and he does allow a4, and it is on the board. And what does he have in mind against a3?
I don't think he wants to play b3, but in order to keep his queenside pawns, he may have to.
First of all, Vidit might refrain from a3, and he does. He instead tries to contest the d file. That leads to a trade of rooks. And Magnus using some tactics here to win the pawn back.
Okay, can't Vidit just swap on e4 and then, take on e4, swap on b6, rook takes e4, and then there's rook d1 or rook d2, and White's king is not the safest piece.
Absolutely not. And the b2 pawn is not the safest pawn.
We're seeing just this.
Is borderline losing, but knowing Magnus, he's going to find some way to activate his own bishop and get it to f7 before you know it.
Yeah, that's the point, is that the black rook leaves the 8th rank. White gets a rook e8 check. Bishop takes f7. So here for Vidit, tough one. Do you play rook d1 check? I like rook d2. It's less forcing because you're not giving a check, but you're hitting b2 and threatening a3. Let's not forget about that little pawn push.
And Magnus is Magnus, but with 15 seconds left, defending an endgame that has so many moving parts is really difficult. There's b2, there's f2 that's hanging, and if Black captures it with a rook, then he sets up the possibility of a discovered check against White's king. Vidit doing a great job here, pausing, understanding, yes, I have a big choice, and let's see what he ends up choosing. He's now down under a minute himself, and your clock ticks a lot faster when you're facing Magnus Carlsen. Rook f4, blundering rook d1 and bishop c7.
And Vidit recently, this is the first win in the match for Vidit Gujrathi. We have a 1.5 tie. Danya, that was good conversion from Vidit.
What a statement. What a statement in terms of the game. What a statement in terms of the fact that Vidit won it with Black. And in terms of the fact that he's had very comfortable positions out of the opening. One could say in the Najdorf game, he messed up a little bit. But Vidit is able to take these games onto his own terms. That was a huge confidence boost.
And I'm sure many people in the chat are rooting for Vidit Gujrati. He has so many fans out there, and he is the underdog against Magnus Carlsen. But on the scoreboard, which does all the talking, there are no underdogs right now. We have a tied match.
We do indeed, and we have yet another anti-Berlin. No, you're not seeing things, but yes, the colors are reversed. Now it's Vidit's turn to take a stab at the white side of the anti-Berlin. Let's see if Magnus Fienkeros his bishop. Yes, he does. This is the most ambitious setup against the anti-Berlin.
And these types of positions are so difficult for white to assess because you want to play d4, but that makes your e4 pawn vulnerable and also your d4 pawn because the bishop is on g7 rather than sitting passively on e7. So I like these positions from the black side. Donnie, we haven't talked about it yet, but look at how Magnus slouched in his chair.
Yeah, now that you pointed it out to me, I'm looking at his camera. And now that you pointed it out to me, he immediately kind of sits back up a little bit. Still getting the sense that he's on the beach somewhere, you know?
It's like when you're in school back in the day, in high school, and your teacher tells you to sit up properly. That's exactly what it felt like. I called him out on it, and he knew it was coming. But I think he might be bothered by the light as well. You can see the beam back there. He's kind of having his hand over his eyes. But maybe he has his hand over his eyes because Vidit's play is shining.
See, that is an act that I simply cannot follow. That kind of statement. There's nothing for me to say afterward that could parallel the brilliance of that statement.
Thank you, my friend. But a lot of your variations have been particularly brilliant today. And we see this position. It's solid. So it feels like Vidit continues to play calm chess. He doesn't want tactical skirmishes, no fireworks on the board this early, but Magnus just played this move a5. So what do you make of that decision to press forward on the queen side? Does that leave behind some vulnerable squares?
It leaves behind vulnerable squares. It leaves behind a vulnerable pawn on b5, and Vidit could challenge that pawn with the move a4. And I guarantee you that is exactly what he's calculating. I would play a4. Magnus is likely intending b4. Okay, he does something very similar. He decides to attack that pawn with his piece, with his bishop, and he could still meet c6 with a4. Magnus could still play b4, and he does. And Vidit simply continues with his other bishop's development. Magnus will likely chase the bishop away with h6. But this is a common motif, Robert, in a lot of Ruy Lopez positions. You induce you induce the move h6, drop the bishop back to d2, and later on in the game, you could target that h6 pawn by building a battery with queen to c1.
Wow, he plays c5. I was wondering if we would get a d5 push at some point, and the push is there, but it's from white. And now black's best move is c5 back to c6 to challenge for the center, because Danya, in vintage Ruy Lopez fashion, white likes to maneuver the knights, play on the king side. Black needs some kind of queenside play, but if you allow that side of the board to shut down, if white can play c4 instead of black there, then white has a free hand on the king side.
I apologize. That was a mouse slip on my behalf, but I was going to say the second best move. Best move is c5, c6. The second best move is b4, b5 in order to be able to play c4 and carve out that c5 square for black's knight. In the Benoni, there's a classic maneuver where white's knight goes from f3 to d2 to c4. Well, this is actually a very similar structure, so it should be pointed out that Vidit does not have to restrict his play to the king side. White can also play on the queen side. Neither flank belongs to neither side, right? Both sides can play on both sides of the board, but it looks like white holds all of the cards here.
And Vidit traded on a6. He had two options there. Either trade or play c4 to shut that bishop out of play and to close the queen side, then to focus on the king side. But your idea, that Benoni idea, with knight f3 to d2 to c4, at some point he would like to use that to his advantage. But wow, BC.
Well, BC.
That surprised me.
AC, DC, BC. That is surprising indeed, but it was preferred by the engine. And I think what Vidit is saying is, listen, yeah, my pawn structure optically is not as attractive as it would have been after bishop takes c3, but look at that b file. I'm going to stick a rook on b1. I'm going to get that rook up to b5. Right now, he has secured the pawn on c4, which Magnus has decided to jettison in favor of securing the b3 square for his own knight. But I don't think he's fast enough, is Magnus, because of the vulnerable rook on a6.
Exactly that. If black could play knight b3 here and rook a8 at the same time, black might even be better. But now, Vidit can take this knight on c5, and yes, as you're pointing out, black can play rook c8, but that bishop on g7, what bishop? That's a big pawn. It's like in some King's Indians when the position doesn't open up. Instead, it's a more strategic battle. You regret that the bishop is over there.
That's a total dud of a bishop, and Vidit has just eliminated Magnus's only strong piece. Now I would move the queen away to d3 so that Magnus didn't have knight d7, and you can continue improving your position. Put a rook on b1, potentially play c4 and knight d2, and ultimately your goal is to chase this rook out of c5 and set your extra pawn on the queen side in motion. Magnus is obviously going to try to prevent that from happening by establishing a bind on the dark squares in the queen side.
And black might play h5 at some moment and bishop h6 because he hears us making fun of that bishop. That bishop on h6 stops a rook c1, also stops knight d2 from happening. White wants to play rook b4. Okay, I said that, he does it. And play c4, bring the rook to b1, things of this nature. But at some point, I think black desperately needs some play of his own.
Absolutely, and Magnus trying to generate play of his own by getting his knight to c5. This move makes a lot of noise, but it's largely a paper tiger. Vidit calmly drops his queen back to c2, and now knight b3 loses a lot of its luster, Robert, because the f3 knight can drop back to d2. You called it. Great call by you. h5 on the board. Magnus trying desperately to maximize the pieces available at his disposal. Bishop h6 is coming next.
If he gets bishop h6 and knight b3, then that would have stopped a knight to d2. But that's why Vidit went knight g3, which is doing nothing and dominated by black's pawns, where he reroutes it to d2. I saw a featured chat just before that Vidit's positional prowess is on full display. This has been an amazing set of moves from him.
Vidit is a positional player at heart. Of course, as a 2,700 plus GM, he is universal. He can do absolutely everything. He can play a mean Sicilian, and he did in their second game. But at his core, he is a positional wizard, but he's gone rook b6. He's going straight into the tactics, and I think he's blundered some sort of knight takes c4 shot after rook takes b6.
And he's realizing it now because knight takes b6, black just plays rook to b8, and there are problems down the b line. So this does not look good at all for white.
He's going to end up playing rook takes b6, so I'm not going to put these moves on the analysis board. Instead of rook b6, he should have... No, he's got knight takes b6, and apparently he's losing now.
So rook b8, knight c4 back. Maybe you just trade and bring your queen up somewhere, but I don't see it just yet.
Queen a6 apparently is a really powerful move, and there's a specific reason why. I'll play the moves on the board really quickly. I think Magnus might be attracted to rook b3, a collinear move. But if we could pull up an analysis board before he makes his move, takes queen a6, and if queen to b4, then suddenly, whoop, knight d3, hitting the queen takes d6, get the knight, and the knight guards e5, knight takes e5, queen takes e4. White doesn't have nearly enough pawns to warrant the loss of a piece. Guess what, Robert? Was there ever any doubt that Magnus was going to spot this sequence?
No, and he's so strong that he is always on the lookout for moves that turn the game around. He trades rooks in a pawn down position, queen a6, and you see Vidit, he's like, what did I just do? Queen f1 defends the knight, but it loses sight of the e4 pawn. Danya, black is having all the fun right now, and Vidit is under a minute.
Unbelievable how quickly things turned around. It took 4 moves. Rook b6 was the start of it. Vidit should have bit the bullet and recaptured with a rook. That was equal. Now he gives up complete domination. Queen comes into e2. Everything is collapsing. And Vidit is going to lose a heartbreaking game with the white pieces.
Does he have any chance to move his knight, and after knight takes e4, play queen b6, covering the f2 pawn, hitting d6, maybe at some point queen a7, so like knight f3 here, I feel like it does give white some hope, even if it should be a winning position for black.
Oh, it might give you some hope, but black is going to capture all of the pawns. Okay, I think I've made enough references to that particular quote, and he's doing just that. I think it's the only chance for white. Queen b6, I agree with you. Magnus needs to find a couple more accurate moves in order to finish off this game. Maybe queen to a2, going after the d-pawn, deserves attention.
I really like that, hitting d5 and a3 at the same time. Knight takes c3. I don't think that would be a very good choice because in the white queen, you could take the d6 pawn, and that leaves the black king a little bit more open. So keeping the d6 pawn feels like a good thing. White can play f3 after queen a2. So there are some things to work out there, but it's going to be extra material for black.
For sure. Magnus, so good at knowing when to slow down. This is instructive, I think, for newer players, for younger players. Even players like Magnus, when they sense that they're close to winning, they don't rush it. They take as long as they need to verify all of the lines. Because queen a2, you have to calculate f3. He's gone for the more concrete attempt, Robert. I think he is still going to take d5, so we're going to get essentially the same type of position.
I prefer this much more when you're down to about a minute on the clock. And Vidit, he's down under 5 seconds. Here, I think Magnus with queen d3 or even queen d4 is not out of the question.
Whoa, what a move. Doubled pawns doesn't matter because of his domination over White's knight. That king, is it going to get up to f5? It is. King
yes,
f5.
And you could take d4, but that doesn't matter, says Magnus, because knight endgames are most similar to king and pawn endgames, and black is up a healthy extra pawn.
And he could be up 2 after knight d2, but instead he uses his king to chop off White's last chance, and Vidit resigns the game. Exquisite endgame technique. Every single move in that last sequence was the top engine recommendation. There were no chances for Vidit once the queens came off the board.
But it's a shame for Vidit, because until he played rook b6, he had played every single accurate move. And then trading rooks, which sounds like a good thing when you're up material, it completely backfired because black suddenly went on the offensive. So now here, in this next game, we have a London system. We are 5 moves in after knight d2 was just played by Magnus. But this type of position, it's been all the rage at the highest levels. Vidit doing the right thing of slowing down, but we have seen the London so many times now.
We've had a couple of Londons in the bullet segment of the Gukesh MVL match. In that match, I think bishop f5 made an appearance, and then Gukesh developed his bishop to b5. Let's see what Magnus trots out. He is taking his sweet time here. There are a lot of moves, right? You can play e6. Bishop f5 is the most principled line, though, and I think it's been the choice of most top GMs recently. So we might get a reprisal of the exact Gukesh MVL line after bishop b5.
Bishop b5, it goes after that knight on c6. White would like to play moves like after that queen a4, knight e5, and so on. But right now, for Vidit Gujrathi, on the black side of things here, he wants to keep the game as solid as possible. He is doing just that with his queen on c8, and Magnus doing Magnus things, going after the bishop pair.
Knight h4. And there are many ways to meet this move. The typical response is bishop g6, but you also often see black dropping the bishop into e4, trying to induce f3, and only then going back to g6. But Vidit taking the simpler approach, bishop g6 on the board. Magnus has secured the bishop pair, and he's gotten yet another one of those Magnus cagey types of positions.
Magnus loves these types of positions because there's no clarity, there's no obvious idea from the black side. And now that you're pushing the queen side up the board, you can't follow it up with a rook b8 so easily, and you have to watch out if white strikes with both e4 and b3. He chooses the central approach, Danya. I like the look of this position for white. Only one side has a bishop pair, and that bishop on e2, it will likely slide up to f3 at the right moment and cause some problems.
Well, he chooses a central approach. Magnus's play is beyond reproach. I think he's got a solid advantage here as he deploys quite likely his bishop to f3. Now, Vidit is going to get, all of the typical moves in on the queen side. He's likely going to play b4. I think you're highlighting the issue, Robert, which is that it's not enough to advance your pawns. You need pieces to back them up. What exactly is your next move, right? Are you going to play bc? Okay, but who does the b file open? Like you said, you can't go rook b8. I think it only favors white. I think Vidit should just keep the tension and castle himself.
But now that white is castled, castling makes sense for black. Until white committed the king, I think it was smart to keep the king in the center because h4, h5 ideas do at least look scary. And for Magnus, one of these big questions, wow, a4 by Vidit.
a3.
You need a trade. You cannot play b3 because if you close the queen side, you have no pressure of your own.
And the typical idea here is knight a5 and knight b3. You can do it now, but watch out for the bishop on e7. It's undefended in the event of knight a5. So maybe a move like queen d7 to solidify your center and lend an important supporter to the bishop. And he's done it. And now he's ready to play knight a5.
This looks annoying for white, but as we see in French defenses and openings like the London here, even if you get knight a5, knight b3, white will move the rook away, move the knight to f1, and go for the kingside. I think that white should consider an e5 pawn push at some moment, but the downside of pushing your pawn in the center is you release the tension. And why do you need the tension? If black has such an easy opportunity on the queen side, you need to have some open space for your own pieces as white.
Speaking of releasing the tension, that's exactly what Magnus Carlsen did with e takes d5. Vidit recaptured with the pawn, keeping and maintaining the integrity of his pawn structure. Of course, now d5 is, one could say, a bit of a weakness, and Magnus would love to target that pawn with his knight. A maneuver that comes to mind now is knight d2 to f1 to e3. It's going to be essentially a battle between white's bishop pair and white's play against black's center and Vidit's ability to generate play on the queen side. I think we are likely to see knight a5. We might also see a move like bishop d6 trying to disarm white's bishop pair. No, we do see knight a5, and here we go.
And the rook for black probably has to come to a5 at some point just to keep that d5 pawn safe and sound. There are some tactics that he plays it. I was going to say there are tactics not just on the d5 square, but on the diagonal, because the bishop on f3 sliced across the board to that rook on a8. This doesn't look bad for black, at least not to my eyes. How does white make any progress?
It doesn't, but it might in a couple of moves. I'm really worried in the long run about how weak this d5 pawn is. And no, white can't capture it, but what white can do is play bishop takes f6 and try to find a way to involve this rook from a2. Maybe bring it, obviously not jumping over the queen. Maybe the queen can move back, but bring the rook to e2. And then there's going to be all sorts of tactics where you can take on d5 using the undefended nature of the rook on e8. It feels to me like a couple of moves down the line, black is going to start experiencing tactical problems with this pawn. Can Magnus find a way to orchestrate these types of tactical ideas? I think he's off to a good start with h4.
And I think knight h7 made a lot of sense there because the pressure that was building on the king side felt very difficult to deal with. White was going to play g3, king g2, rook h1, and so on. By playing knight h7, you force some pieces off the board. White doesn't have forever to play g3, king g2, and all that. There is an opportunity for black to have played g5 or f5, things of that nature. So I like queen d1 a lot as you're highlighting rook e2. Danya, this is starting to look very unpleasant for Vidit.
And there's no longer pressure on a3, so the rook is free to roam about the cabin. Look at just the harmony that Magnus always manages to achieve between his pieces. Rook a e2, and now is it time for tactics? Vidit puts his rook on a defended square, preventing any knight takes d5 shenanigans, but that's not the only direction that the knight can go in. The knight can go from c2 to b4. It can even go up to g4, trying to exploit the alignment of black's queen and black's rook. After knight g4, you cannot take the knight, and you have to allow white to take on f6 and cripple black's kingside pawn structure. He does just that. Magnus is in his element in this middle game.
Such good call by you. This knight on b3, it looks great. It looks menacing. It attacks absolutely nothing. Danya, where does that knight belong? Maybe on f5. Maybe somewhere on the king side. Anywhere on the king side. But the knight on b3 is not doing its part to help black out.
Great illustration of outpost not equally good, right? Not every outpost is good. A piece can be perfectly defended. It can be an advanced enemy territory, and it can be doing absolutely nothing. As Magnus makes a collinear move of his own, he puts not the knight on e5, but the rook on e5 to exert even more pressure on d5. Can Vidit defend that pawn tactically? Can he defend it with his rook? What's going on here?
Rook e5, another collinear move. We've seen many of those today. And black plays queen e7. So there is a standoff in the center. Knight takes f6. Black plays g takes f6. So white is not in time to win this d5 pawn.
I think Magnus overlooked the move queen e7. I think he thought rook a to d6 was forced, and then he would continue improving his position. He pulls all the stops out on the king side, h5, blasting through black's pawn cocoon. But can Vidit play g takes h5? And after knight f6, still recapture with the g-pawn.
That looks right, because the rook on e5 can't go ahead and take on h5 because there's a pin down the e-file. So we may see simplification along the e-line. That should be good news for black, for Vidit, because the black king, which looks open for the time being, there won't be enough pieces to attack it with.
In the previous game, the collinear move rook b6 was a mistake. In this game, the move rook e5 was a mistake. Stop making those rook moves toward the center. I guess that's the moral of the story for both players. And now Magnus has to be careful. If he loses a3, Black will be threatening to trade queens shortly thereafter with queen a1. So I think it's up to White to make sure that he maintains caution as he holds half a point here.
And what moves come to mind? Because rook e3 and rook takes e6 are the only two. But after rook takes e6, black takes back with the rook on e6, you would like to keep swapping and end up with a pawn out on e6. Then you have this pawn chain that feels nice and protected. a3 is permanently loose. Are we seeing just that?
We are indeed. I think Magnus will recapture on e6, f takes c6, and bishop takes h5 is a very important move, paving the way for the white queen to dive into g4, especially in the event of queen takes a3. And this might end, Robert, in some sort of a perpetual check, queen c1, queen f4. White might be the one delivering the perpetual. One way or the other, I'm getting draw vibes from this game.
Although, as I look at the clocks, both players, about a minute left, that if the black king starts feeling out in the open, exposed without many defenders, I could see that going wrong. Like, let's say you play queen a3, and white plays queen g4 check, and either takes on e6 or plays queen g6. That does look worrisome.
Which is exactly why Vidit played f5, guarding the g4 square with his pawn. But Magnus repositioning his queen to e1, hitting e6, and threatening perhaps to implant the queen on this massive outpost on e5. Your point is well taken. Suddenly it starts feeling again like that knight on b3 could not be more misplaced.
And that's why he went queen e1, not queen e2. Because if the queen was on e2, there might have been a knight c1 to d3 rerouting of that piece at the right moment. But the knight is stuck. Black is not moving, frozen.
God.
And 20 seconds left for Vidit at this point.
And he's making that face again, that grimace, right? That disappointed, gosh, I thought my position was better than it is kind of face. And for Magnus, every detail is taken care of. It's like a gourmet restaurant where the positioning of the asparagus is there for a reason. Queen e1 rather than queen e2. Even that was accounted for. As the bishop swings to e8, he's hitting a4. Vidit's getting overextended here.
Knight c1. Watch out for knight e2
Queen
check.
e3.
But is a
Queen e3.
Oh. Queen g5,
Goodbye.
queen takes e6 check. You lost the key pawn in the position.
And you're going to lose another one on d5, but it's not over yet. Vidit has finally gotten his knight into the game. Magnus continues to capture pawns, but I don't think he's got enough time here to figure anything out.
He goes f4 to protect the d5 pawn, and he might have f3 if white isn't looking out for it. The bishop comes back to d1. Clearly, he was looking for it.
And he's going to throw in a check, I think, on d7 and try to find the correct way to involve the bishop in a direct attack against the king or not.
Donna, you were right that if the queen went back there with check, you would have snaked around to get back to b2. That knight was trapped on a2. It still is, and finally it's captured.
And it's captured, and how fitting is it that the knight finally breaks out of prison, only to end up in an even deadlier prison on a2, where it is finally put out of its misery by the white queen and by Magnus Carlsen's wizardry in any strategic situation.
Magnus Carlsen takes a bite. He also takes a lead of 2 points heading into this first break. And as chess players do, they stare at the games, what could have been, what improvements were in the air. But for Magnus, 3.5, 1/2 over Vidit Gujrati, you couldn't really ask for that much more, Danya.
You really can. This has been very high-level chess. Vidit should really hold his head up high. He scored a victory. He's gotten very close in all of the games. He needs to do more of what he's been doing. He needs to keep his head up, and he needs to keep his spirits high. I think if he continues playing in this style, we are in for a closer match than we had this morning.
I definitely agree with that. It seems like the players, they've given it their all thus far, and they have been close individual games. They come down to the wire, and Magnus Carlsen has just been that accurate. And he'll need to remain accurate if he wants to not just get past Vidit, but win another Speed Chess Championship. We'll find out if Magnus has what it takes. We'll have the remaining portion of the 5+1 when we return to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judit, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
We are back in Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, but Magnus Carlsen is not back in his chair. He just left. You can see it's spinning around, but there is Vidit Gujarati on camera. Danya, we know him very well, but we should introduce the public to Vidit Gujarati because some fans may not be as familiar with the number 3 ranked Indian player on chess.com's live blitz rankings. And he earned his spot in the SCC by going through in qualifier number 1.
I'm honestly a big fan of Vidit. He sometimes flies under the radar because he's a little bit older than this exciting young generation of Indian talents like Gukesh and Pragnananda, but he has been really, really good for a really, really long time, as evidenced by that final bullet point. 2020 medalist in the Olympiad. He has a chess career that spans well over a decade and a half now, and he is a difficult opponent for just about anyone, including Magnus Carlsen, who is up by 2 as the next game gets underway here at the SCC.
Yeah, Vidit Gujrati is a good friend of chess.com, and he's also a good friend of mine. When I was just recently in Tata Steel Chess India, we had dinner. His parents were there. They're very supportive, are his whole entire family. They're watching his matches, and it's a big opportunity for him to play against Magnus. Unfortunately for him, Magnus is out to a good start, but anything can still happen because the time controls, this is only the first one. It's a long match, and Danya, in this position, Magnus has great experience from his World Championship, but Vidit, he must have some ideas of his own.
This is a classic Rosalimo. Now, most of the Rosalimos we see nowadays are kind of souped-up Alapins, right? White plays C3. We saw it earlier this morning. But Vidit playing it in more traditional style, taking quickly on C6. And typically, the textbooks advise White to play H3 and prevent the bishop from coming out to G4. But more recently, I almost called you Magnus. More recently, Robert, I've seen White fully eschew that move and instead focus on queenside development. Vidit, though, playing it very old school. I like it.
I liked it when you called me Magnus. It made me feel like you really saw me as the chess player I've always wanted to be. But
I truly do.
In this game, Magnus has that clamp on the center and now on the queen side. A5 played, stopping B4. D4 already stopped. But these are committal moves. So if White can play knight C4 and B4 all at once, Black's queenside could fall apart.
I would consider the immediate B4. That has to be seriously considered and calculated. And I think that's exactly what Vidit is devoting his time to. B4, there will likely be a trade and then a trade on A1, and Black will take on B4. And then White can try to win the pawn back with kind of a clever slide of the queen up to A4 in order to prevent Black from connecting the pawns with C5. Vidit calculates that line, plays B4, and I think holds a serious advantage out of the opening. Great demonstration of typical Rosalimo ideas. Magnus, though, responding with some heat.
A4 getting a pass pawn down the queen side there. And knight C4 looks like it wins a pawn, but then does Black have knight D7 covering both B6 and E5? Maybe Magnus is just staying in this. He has to retreat, but that's just one turn. Then I'll play B5, kick the knight out of there, and that, I guess, is why Vidit played C4.
C4 opened up a diagonal attack on the A4 pawn. Magnus defended with B5. Vidit traded and occupies the C file with his rook. And now I think the typical follow-up is to try to open the center with D4. See, the problem is that if you allow Black to consolidate, if you allow Magnus to castle and get his bishop out, there's a thing on A4 called a protected pass pawn. And that thing is going to cause White a lot of problems unless he counterbalances that with concrete play in the center, which is why I really think he should consider either D4 or something like Bishop C5 to prevent Black from castling and developing naturally. Maybe in Rook C5.
Bishop C5, there's knight D7 to kick that bishop out of there, to take it so that Black can castle. But Rook C5, that does hit the E5 pawn and the B5 pawn, but knight D7 still may be available to Black. So Magnus seems to understand these positions well, and once again, he's up a minute and a half on the clock.
He is indeed. And Vidit kind of at a loss here. Castle's kingside is a threat, and that's a serious threat because Black will then be only one step away from fully consolidating, right, by developing this bishop. And the problem is that you can play D4 and you can make some noise in the center. But big deal, right? Black trades on D4 and castles anyway. And what have you really achieved by bringing your bishop to D4? Vidit instead takes a slower approach. He gets his queen out to C2. But same question, Robert, that I have against every other move. What does he want to do against castle short? And there's our answer. What do you make of this?
He earned a question mark 2 turns in a row. I understand the idea, but a queen trade should not help White. A rook may land on the 7th rank, but unless you're winning E5 by force, that outside pass pawn looks way too much. And even if you do win E5, you open up the bishop on G7 to help escort that pawn to the other side. So Donna, the the last few moves have clearly been in Magnus's favor, and Magnus is just thinking, do I trade queens right now on c7, or do I, say, move my knight away from f6 to d7 or to h5, which looks more active, and allow white to trade on b8?
Either way, I think Black's position is fantastic. With every piece that disappears from the board, the power of the a-pawn merely increases. I think Magnus is probably looking for a move in this position. Of course, he finds the top engine line with the rook d8. Was there ever any doubt? And the point is that knight takes e5, I think, runs into knight takes e4. Very typical idea in a lot of openings that involve fianchettoing the bishop, right? You expose a discovered attack on the knight, you recover the pawn, and you recover it with a lot of interest. That pawn will then only be 2 steps away from promotion.
Knight takes e5, the move you want to play, but as you pointed out, knight takes e4. I was thinking knight d5, but you are tactically alert that knight takes e4 is available to black there. And you don't want to open up the bishop, so what other moves come to mind? Rook f to c1, because the move a4 to a3, while he took on e5, he is really playing with fire.
I think that's, I don't want to say a tilt move, but I feel like he's in too deep, right? He has to go down the principled path. Your move, knight d5, looks excellent as well, because this position isn't about recovering the pawn. That's not the important thing about the knight moving away. It's to open up the diagonal for the bishop so that the a-pawn can be properly supervised. But if you can win a pawn back while you're at it, then obviously, why not? And now I think Magnus will stick the bishop on b2, and the game will largely be over.
If he played bishop g7, white plays d4, but he puts the bishop so that nothing can get in its path. a3, a2, a1. I don't think you can quite pre-move it, but what can white do to possibly stop it?
Let alone the fact that the d3 pawn is hanging. And even if you were to isolate the pawn on a4 and put it aside, the other factors, the other considerations are also in black's favor. The knight is awkward, the pawn on d3 is weak, and the light squared bishop, once d3 is captured, could start running amok by developing to f5, or in the event that white takes on b5, could even deploy to a6 in some cases. I actually think Magnus is trying to set something like that up after rook takes b5, or does he just want to go a3 and promote the pawn? Can't really blame him for that one, can you?
No, I wouldn't. But I think Vidit is putting up great resilience right now. If you play bishop a6, the white rook slides to a5, and that a-pawn isn't advancing as far as you would like if you're Magnus Carlsen. And a3, I still think there's rook to a5 in these positions, and he has played it. But I was just calculating a bishop g5 move, but I thought you could even throw in rook a5 first.
Yeah, rook a5, I think, made a lot of sense to section off the rook and separate it from the pawn. But bishop g5 is a very challenging move. It hits the rook, it opens up the rook on f1, and it's not entirely clear what Magnus does, because rook e8 runs into knight f6 check, as does rook d7. This was the only winning move. He had to find bishop a6, and he did, and bishop takes d3 is coming next.
So rook a5, bishop takes d3, bishop takes d8. I guess it's not enough for white, but it's a messy position to be sure.
But look at this line, and I'm going to put this on the board really quickly. Rook a5, bishop takes d3, bishop takes d8. Magnus had to see all of this when he was playing bishop a6. B takes a5. Now you take the rook, and suddenly you push a2. Forgot about that pawn, anybody? And the pawn is completely unstoppable, supervised by this bloodthirsty bishop on d4. There's just nothing that white can do about it. Bishop takes a5 doesn't actually change anything, because a2 is still coming, and obviously, this kind of thing is not going to help because the knight will get chased away. So, impressive calculation by Magnus. He has plenty of time on the clock, and he's going to win this game to get to a 3-point lead.
Is there anything that can be done here? So, rook a5, bishop takes d3. This looks very forcing. He takes this rook on d8 first, but after bishop takes b5, he wants some kind of bishop f6. This is clear what he's going for. But I don't think it's going to work out. Can black play bishop b2 here? Say, please take me on that square.
What a gorgeous collinear move. That is like the ultimate illustration, right? You stick the bishop on a defended square. You say, I am more than happy with the trade, but you're going to have to push my pawn forward 1 file, and you're going to have to open up the possibility of rook a1. Bishop b2 is the cleanest win. Bishop takes f6 also should win the game, but that's quite a bit messier.
That doesn't look easy, actually, because if you take on f6, once the knight takes with check and drops right back to the center with knight d5, white gets rook a1 in time. So I do think that gives white some hope. Maybe it's still completely winning, But Magnus, he plays bishop to b2. I only really spotted it because the engine dropped all the way down there. What a lovely way to secure victory.
I would be proud of reproducing such a sequence in a classical game. This is a 5+1 game, which by Magnus Carlsen standards is essentially already like classical. And I think he's going to follow up by, yes, harassing the knight on e4, threatening bishop takes e4, and essentially forcing white's hand, forcing white to take on b2.
And the point is, after bishop b2, a b2, there's no time for rook b1 because black's rook slams in the first rank with rook a1. And if the white king were on h2, it would be a different story. You just can't get everything that you want.
You took the words right out of my mouth. When you're playing Magnus, nothing seems to be on the right spots at the wrong time. Rook c1, another collinear move, hitting the knight, and then the bishop is going to snake into d3. That's going to be the final nail in the coffin. Magnus is enjoying himself right now. Bang, and Vidit is going to let his time run out. What a positional masterpiece by Carlsen with the black pieces. He holds a 3-point lead.
That outside pass pawn, as soon as it was established, it looked like trouble for Vidit Gujrati. So Magnus is now up by 3 points. Vidit with the white pieces in this next game. He needs to get going. He cannot afford another loss at all. And a draw, well, that's okay. He needs to show Magnus that he can actually beat him.
He does indeed. And I'm going to see if I can pull up that game in just a moment here. Let's see here. Just a second. I think we have some sort of a semi-tirage.
Okay. So
And
we'll be able to bring that up in a sec, hopefully. But it looks like for Magnus Carlsen, who now has the black pieces in the 7th game of the match, he is taking a solid approach and just trying to stabilize in the opening stage, not play anything too crazy. So Danya, for Vidit, does he want crazy, or should his mindset be like? It's still early in the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-point lead. I like to talk about the 3-point rule. I think the 3-point lead is a threshold. If you cross that 3-point lead, then you start entering blowout territory, particularly if you're facing someone like Magnus Carlsen. So with the white pieces, 20 minutes remaining in the 5+1 segment, this is where you really want to nip this lead in the bud. And if you can score a second victory, that'll go a long way toward improving your confidence.
Right. No, you just start getting one after another. You need to play it slowly. And even in the bullet segment where we know Magnus is a force, he will need to be on the lookout for Vidit Gujrati, who himself is a very strong bullet player. So we would like to open the game. Apologies to everybody. We are having some technical difficulties, but we will bring up the moves as soon as we can.
We will indeed. But that last game, definitely a disappointment for Vidit, who seemed to display good understanding of the Rosalimo. Everything going his way. And then the moment that pawn landed on a4, things went completely haywire. This is just what Magnus Carlsen does. Such universal understanding of all types of positions.
And that's the key, is Magnus, whether it's an endgame where he's often called the best endgame technician of all time, whether it's an earlier stage where he makes these little decisions, or so they seem, but have huge consequences. And he just is taking it to Vidit Gujrati right now. He's up 4.5, 1.5. But Vidit, he has one victory to his name thus far. He needs to get that second, and he needs to get it pretty much now.
He does indeed. We're having a little bit of trouble pulling up the game, but we will get that for you as soon as we can. Vidit has the white pieces. I'm pretty sure he started with 1d4. Which I think is a pretty wise move. Sometimes when the match isn't going your way, you want to make a pretty drastic change in terms of the types of positions that you're trying to reach, right? You want to get a fresh set of positions, and maybe that'll spur you into action. Although I do like the way Vidit has handled the Ruy Lopez's with both colors, so I really don't think the openings, Robert, have been his main problem.
But that's a psychological trick that can happen. When you lose a game, sometimes we, myself included as chess players, say, oh, I'm not going to play that opening next time. I lost that game, but it's not the opening's fault. And as you just indicated, that Vidit has played very well in those Spanish structures. So it's not an opening problem. Even in game 1 that Vidit ended up losing, he was slightly better with the black pieces. Then his c7 pawn was targeted by all of Magnus's forces, and it was a collapse from there. But for Vidit Gujrati, he's had some good moments, some things that he can take away with him. He just needs to put it all together. And against Magnus, you need to put it all together every game, pretty much every move.
And I think as you make that really good point, we have, it appears, managed to pull up the current position of their next game. Vidit with the white pieces in a Queen's Gambit declined. A Slav, it's kind of a pseudo-Tarash, was the start of this game. Currently, we have an isolated queen pawn with White's knight blockading the pawn on d4, as the textbooks require you to do. But Magnus has driven a pawn all the way to h3, poking holes at White's already exposed kingside. What do we make of this current position?
I'm wondering if that h3 pawn is a strength, helping Black deliver a checkmate, or if it's a weakness because it's extended so far that in many endgames, it's going to be difficult to keep your eyes on. And we just saw the queen go back to h4, was under attack. If Black plays knight to e4, are we going to see a queen trade, or are we going to see a repetition?
Well, I think if this was game one of the match, Vidit would probably play queen h5 without thinking too much. I'm not seeing a big advantage for White in the endgame. In fact, I don't think White's got any advantage at all. I feel like that pawn on h3 does become more of a strength, Robert, in the endgame because it's virtually impossible to target. But we'll see. Maybe Vidit gets rewarded for his bravery.
He swaps the queens with his rook f to d1. No bishop g4. Let's not blunder into forks. White would play the pawn up to f3. And instead the bishop sits on d7. So one idea I see for White is to go knight e2, knight f4. But you need to time that very well because there are some pins along the diagonal. This bishop on b6 will be much stronger if that knight moves away from d4. So these decisions are not easy whatsoever.
Not at all. And instead, Vidit plays kind of a more flexible move, bishop from h1 to f3, maybe trying to reshuffle it toward the center to e2. And at some point, you do want to chase this knight away from e4. Magnus could try to prepare for that eventuality with bishop a5. He could try to set himself up with the possibility of knight c3 if the necessity arises.
Bishop a5 is a really high-class move. It doesn't look like it threatens anything, but you are trying to improve the opportunities for your pieces, namely the knight going to c3, as you mentioned. There could be a piece landing on d2. But right now, for Magnus, if the clocks they seem accurate, he is down a minute on time. He's the one with the isolated pawn. He's the one with the lots to figure out.
Absolutely. He's down to 90 seconds on his clock. And he goes g7, g5, advancing the pawn 2 squares, a move that you would never consider with the queens on the board. But with the queens off the board, you don't particularly care about your king's pawn cover. That opens up the possibility for more concrete action on the king side. Vidit does exactly the same, g4.
And you would love to play f5 as Black, and he takes him d4. Is he going to play for f5? He may want to open that file. He goes right for it. So he's giving up the a7 pawn. There will be rook a8 at some point. Also, you have to figure out what to do as White. Is gf5, bishop f5? Is rook f8 coming next? But Donna, something about this does feel very fragile for Black. So even though I like it, I'm still a bit worried about a7 and d5 and things like that.
No, definitely. This has to work out. Otherwise, you might end up a pawn down. White does have this massive blockading piece on d4. It used to be a knight. Now it's a bishop. The issue from the other perspective is that if White trades on e4, it feels like the light square weaknesses on the king side could cause White rather serious anguish, even in an opposite colored bishop endgame with all of the rooks off the board. The king could get imprisoned on g1. So I feel like this is a 3-result game.
And g takes f5 was Vidit's choice. The h3 pawn is such a nuisance because of the back rank checkmates, and now it's defended by the bishop. So who cares about the a7 pawn is what Magnus is claiming. If bishop takes a7, maybe there's knight c3 for Black, and that could cause some discombobulation of the White forces.
And we thank Hikaru for a big, big raid. Welcome, everybody, to the Speed Chess Championship, where Vidit against Magnus. You come at a great time. We're still in our first segment. I'm with you, Robert. Bishop a7, knight c3, followed by g4 with ideas of knight e2. That looks like something I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole against anybody, much less against Magnus Carlsen.
Vidit down on time. He's at about a minute left, and he hasn't come up with an idea. So he plays bishop back to e2, retreating there. And Magnus says, I'm not retreating. I am pressing forward. Look at the bind on the king side.
And it was crucial to play g4 when he played it. Otherwise, White would have played f3 and tossed that knight out of e4 and gotten the king to an excellent square on f2.
And the Black king is on an excellent square on e6 in a moment. though the a7 pawn, if you leave it there forever, maybe white will eventually be able to capture it, especially now that a4 was played.
Indeed, bishop takes, okay, there we go. A6 played by Magnus, both sides improving their pawn structures, and bishop sinks its teeth onto b6. Vidit trying to induce the trade of rooks. Magnus says, nope, we can trade rooks, but it'll have to happen on my terms. You'll have to give up the entire c-file, and that's out of the question for Vidit as he circles his bishop around to c7, Karpov-Unziker style.
Now that is a high-quality reference, and I was wondering before white played bishop c7 if black could play g3 and try to sacrifice to get a passed pawn, but bishop c7 stops that idea before it even can become remotely accessible.
I'm referring to a famous Ruy Lopez game from the 70s where Anatoly Karpov sandwiched his bishop between the rooks quite like this, but this was in a middle game. It was in a completely different type of position. Watch out, Robert, in the future, far, far future, for bishop g3, rook takes g3. Black's got these 2 pawns in the 3rd rank. If one of them ends up on the 2nd rank, well, we know how that turned out in the previous game. What do you make of this? Are we going to see a liquidation and a draw?
I think that white has an easier position to play. I understand that these rook takes g3 ideas are in the air, but now that the rooks are being, now that they're gone completely, never mind. Neither side is an easier position. It's just a complete draw.
And that took about 10 minutes off the match clock. We're down to 14 and a half. Time probably for 2 more 5+1 games. And Magnus now will have the white pieces in an English opening.
Magnus mixing it up, having some fun with his opening choices. And I always like this line for white because now that black has committed the pawn to c6, you're not worried about the queen getting kicked if it went to d4. And now we see that the pawns are alive. But Danya, in this structure, white can hit black with an f3 move in the near future and open the board up.
I think newer players, I'm with you, newer players are always enthralled by black's pawn structure because it looks fancy. Ooh, you've got the pawn on e4, you've got the space advantage. But if you look more carefully, white's position is very dynamic. You've got a lot of cool ideas here. Queen d3 and e4 is a very common plan. The knight can sink its teeth either onto e5 or f5, which is exactly what Magnus Carlsen is doing as he sacrifices the pawn on c4. And in return, I think he's going to try to garner the bishop pair as well as full control of the center with e4.
And it's like a Catalan, but looks nothing like it because it's a more open board state. And the black king on g8, it is in harm's way. A bishop to g4 was played. If you move your queen off the d file, down goes the d4 pawn with check. So queen d2, Magnus does not mind. And look at the next move, h3, queen f2, pawn g4, maybe pawn e5 when you're good and ready. It does seem like white has an easier set of options than black does.
For some reason, the mental reference is to a set of games in the CGC between Sam Sevian and MVL, whom Sam Sevian knocked out. Sevian kept playing this line in the English and kept winning games precisely in this fashion, where he would get his queen to f2, his rook to f1, ultimately the knight to f5, and the train wreck starts really quickly on the king side. So Vidit has to find some way to slow these processes down. He can't just, develop his pieces in a pedestrian fashion, which is exactly what he's doing. But I think that this might backfire after h3. And wait a second, is he going to drop his bishop after bishop e6, d5?
Bishop e6, d5 looks pretty worrisome to my eyes. What is keeping black in that? That is a piece that is going to be lost, but maybe the knight on h4 can be captured. And what is that?
e5 and knight f5. Vidit understandably declines to lose his minor piece, but now he's given up complete control of the f5 square. Magnus says, thank you very much.
Looks very pleasant for white because black's extra pawn is on c4. It's not really playing a huge role in this game. And so what Magnus can do now, and he plays queen to e2, he can go after that c4 pawn, but he also goes for e5, bishop takes h6, or knight takes something on the king side is up in the air. Black's position is very precarious.
Man, isn't it amazing when you're watching people like Magnus, how each of his pieces appears on the right square at exactly the right time?
It is, right? The queen went to e2 so that the bishop comes to e3 while the d4 pawn is defended because the black knight went onto d7. Like every single move, as you're saying, is happening at just the right moment.
And the c4 pawn is falling at just the wrong moment for black. And black's pieces are already passive and overextended. I don't think that Vidit can afford to create more weaknesses with b5. That would walk right into e5. Feels like Black is clearly worse here. He's also down 2 minutes on the clock. Black needs to generate active counterplay. But against what? Against the d4 pawn? Well, we've been down that path. White just plays bishop e3. There's some sort of weird knight h5 idea trying to attack g3. That doesn't seem realistic either. I don't really see a move. Vidit tries to strike at the center, and Magnus could meet fire with fire here if he wants with e5. And I think
e5 he'll force the black knight to h5, and there will be tactics. So both sides need to calculate carefully, because if you play e5, knight h5, suddenly bishop takes f5 as a threat. That's exactly what is happening here. The g3 pawn is tender. Whoa, knight to d5.
Whoa, bishop takes f5.
Yeah, because knight takes g3.
Magnus rushed it, and he's blundered. Bishop takes f5. He forgot. I think that either the g3 pawn is hanging or that the bishop can drop back to g6 with tempo, and White's center suddenly collapses after c takes d4.
Magnus
game
is upset.
turned.
Look at him. Look at him. He just grabbed his head like, what am I doing? Because c takes d4, even if that queen went back to d1 or g4, you can't take back with your queen on d4 because of bishop c5.
Incredible. And c takes d4 on the board. You really don't want to give up this knight if you can avoid it. Magnus using his only remaining asset in the center, pushing the pawn up to e6, but the cold-blooded knight f6 diffuses White's remaining initiative and solidifies a big material advantage and a monster center for Vidit. He might be technically winning here at this point.
And many players would see this and think White is better, because look at that pawn on e6, look at that queen on g4, knight on d5, but Black is up a couple pawns, and after knight f6, which you've indicated is the best move, then you're starting to trade off most of White's attackers, and there's nothing left to go after the Black king with.
Fantastic presence of mind by Vidit, knowing to pause at the right moment. His time situation is a little bit worrisome, but I think he's got enough to figure his way out of this position. Now Magnus can take the bishop with check. He can take the knight with check, but neither of those moves is appealing. I would take the bishop. I think that's the lesser evil. Grab the bishop pair, at least eliminate the d4 pawn, and try to keep playing and keep extending the game as long as you can.
I think it's the best decision by far, because if you take on f6 and Black gets to keep those bishops, I would not like the look of a d3 coming to a theater near you. So he takes on f7 first. So if the rook takes on f7, there's queen takes bishop on g6. That would be a huge blunder. So if you're going to take on f7, you must do it with the bishop. I don't think you can take with the king. That looks way too silly. So bishop takes f7 by process of elimination, but h6 looks like it's hanging.
It's so easy to blunder something here for either side. For a second, I forgot the queen was hanging, and I was going to propose bishop takes h6. Vidit could even play king h7 here. That sounds like a brazen move, but it's actually totally sensible. The king is very safe on h7. There's no sacrifices on g6. That doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. And Magnus's initiative, his short-lived initiative, completely fizzles out. He has to acquiesce to the trade. And Robert, he can't even take the bishop anymore. That ship has sailed. He might have to play queen takes d4 and allow bishop takes f7, or take the knight on f6, and that theater near you is going to feature, I think, the move d3, very likely.
Great call by you. Even better play by Vidit, playing king to h7. What kind of calmness do you need to just put your king on the rim, protect that bishop that was under attack, and eliminate knight takes bishop on e7? Really great presence of mind. And if queen d4, bishop f7, I think that Vidit, he'll be up a pawn, and he's going to have a very easy time with it.
Technically, White can restore material equality for a very brief period of time. And I'll put these moves, well, never mind. Magnus will put these moves on the board. I was going to say queen takes d4, bishop takes f7. Very important for Vidit to respond by taking that pawn with his bishop, forcing the exchange on f6. Then Magnus could take on d8 and take on b7. The thing is, in that resulting position, Black's bishops are going to be so powerful, coupled with the rook on the open file, that Magnus will just sink under the weight of all the threats. Let's see if Vidit can correctly recapture on f7. Rook takes f7 was worse. Instead, an even more cold-blooded move, rook c8.
It was given a question mark, but I could see Magnus blundering at this stage, because he plays bishop e3, everything is loose, so there's no bishop c5 somehow, because knight takes f6 check. That's pretty huge. But actually that line continues, right?
GF,
if bishop c5, knight f6 check, gf, you can't take the queen on d8. Just to, maybe we could bring up an analysis board to show that ever so quickly, that you could get fooled in such a line.
Absolutely, because after queen takes d8, I'll put this all on the board. Black plays bishop takes e3 check first, then recaptures on d8 with the rook. There was even, after knight takes f6, the avenue queen takes f6, queen c5 was winning for white. Anyways, we're past that because instead of all this, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, much simpler line that they're going down, and bishop c5 by Vidit, forcing the trade of dark squared bishops. But it looks like Magnus is starting to improve, not even starting to improve his position. Is black even better anymore?
I don't think so, especially given the clock situation and the fact that a passed pawn sits on f7. So Vidit, he needed to be accurate. He was not. And now he needs to avoid a loss when he is 13.9 seconds on his clock.
This is ridiculous. Magnus takes these lost positions. Vidit didn't take on f7. And now, not only is he regretting not taking on f7, he might never be able to take on f7 in the future because Magnus is going to cling to that pawn with his teeth.
Uh-oh, and he made a losing move. So bishop c5, rook c5. What does he want? Rook e8.
Rook e8. Rook e8. He wins. Magnus wins. How did he do that?
I was going to ask the same question. Vidit, I'm sure, is asking that. And Vidit makes a move with just 1.2 seconds, and rook h8 check, and a new queen appears.
And a bishop disappears. That's it. This is too easy. There's too many pawns for there to be any talk of a fortress. Unbelievable. Now, if you can't win these games, you're done in the match. And that is just a total heartbreaker for Vidit, who played so well to diffuse Magnus's initiative, get a winning position, and then he didn't take on f7. Guess what, Robert? That pawn ultimately became a queen.
That pawn reached the other side, and right now Magnus Carlsen has a 4-point lead over Vidit Guzrathi. He is just cruising, but it's been a bumpy ride. That's been clear. But somehow Vidit, even when he's up a pawn, he just can't put Magnus away because Magnus is that resourceful.
He really is. And even when it seems like he's blundered or he's lost, he's still always up on time. He always has at least one thing going for him in a particular position. If he's worse subjectively, then the position remains complicated. If he's worse subjectively and the position isn't complicated, then his opponent has 2 seconds. Something always goes wrong for you when you're trying to convert an advantage against Magnus Carlsen. I love what I'm seeing, a King's Indian and a structure that I am very well familiar with, kind of a Marozzi bind against the King's Indian.
And the bind means that black can't easily play b5 or d5, but that e4 pawn, it does stick out, and black can target that. So here in this position, white, I think, typically plays f3 just to keep the center firmly under his control.
Yeah, f3 is kind of a sine qua non of these types of positions. You don't want to constantly have to deal with the possibility of h6 and g5. Okay, rook e1 is also possible. You can try to drop the bishop back to f1 and play without f3, but I'm a little bit skeptical, and Magnus could consider actually h6, g5, and knight takes c4. I wouldn't rule that option out, especially given how adventurous Magnus seems to be feeling today.
I think that's a very legitimate try for black, and h6 was indeed the choice. And if you play bishop h4 and g5 happens, isn't black just going to simply steal the e4 pawn? There's no useful discovery.
Yes. Which is why I don't understand Vidit's choice of rook e1. I mean, f3 doesn't really have all that many downsides in this particular structure. Now Vidit has opened himself up to a world of hurt down the e-file. What he might have overlooked is that if he moves his bishop away, pinning the knight can still take on c3 because the queen on d1 is targeted. This is a very classic trick in these King's Indian structures. Where is white's compensation is my question.
I don't see it.
Question.
Knight takes e4, queen takes e4. That queen is in danger on the e-file, but the d4 knight is loose, so you'd have to spend a tempo saving that piece, in which case you are in big trouble. So right now, Vidit is calculating, but Danya, I hate this position for white. You're going to be down a pawn, and you'll be lucky to have full compensation.
And not to keep harping on it, but I just hate that this was unnecessary, right? I mean, Vidit's thinking right now, why on earth did I allow it, right? Why am I even in this situation to begin with? I could have played f3, enjoyed myself a nice slight advantage. Instead, he's got to search for compensation where there is none to be found. If he trades on e4, the queen recaptures, hits the knight. He's going to have to waste another tempo. I like bishop f3. I think this does keep, relatively speaking, some semblance of an initiative. Magnus's piece is still disjointed, but the rook has to escape the 7th rank now and move back to a far more passive residence on e3 or e2.
That's sad because once the rook drops back, black can play rook d8 to defend the d6 pawn, which is under threat, and eventually get the bishop out of c8. So black is up a pawn. White has more coordination for the time being. I'd rather be up the pawn, though.
Absolutely. And Magnus has a lot of ways that he can continue improving. He can play knight c7. And you know what the best thing is about being up a pawn? You can give it back at the right moment with interest. So even if you give d6 back at some point, it doesn't mean you're going to be worse.
Ooh.
Maybe you're even going to be better. What do you see?
Is there bishop takes d4, knight c2? Actually, that is tricking yourself. I think we should show this. a3.
Yes.
Do not play bishop takes d4. Rook takes d4, knight c2, rook takes d6.
Beautiful. And you pay the price for not having your rooks coordinated. Whoop! And white wins.
And look what's happening in the game. He went knight b4, and after a3, he dropped his knight back, Danya. So this is not what Magnus really signed up for. Why would you bring your knight to b4, only allow it to be kicked back? Suddenly, Vidit has the upper hand.
Apparently, c5 was the only way to justify the placement of the knight, but that's such a difficult idea. Then knight c2, knight d4. This is computer stuff. Magnus instead brought his knight back, gave Vidit 2 tempi, and Vidit uses these tempi to shut this knight down, forcing it to seek an alternate pathway. But Vidit could now continue to increase the queenside pressure with b5, really making the most out of these tempi that he's been granted.
Oh, b5 is such a nice move, and it was just played by Vidit. If black plays c5, now you have this permanent weakness on d6. The bishop on f3 stairs all the way through to b7. The rook in the corner is not helping out. So c5, knight b3, you threaten to win the c5 pawn directly.
Knight b3 is such an important move. I think a lot of people would get really wide-eyed at the possibility of getting the knight to d5, and they would play knight c2, but that's not the best use of your resources. The best use of your resources is to threaten knight takes c5. It's to target black's pawn chain with everything that you got. And Magnus's position for the second game in a row is essentially starting to crumble. Vidit has to capitalize this time.
You see Magnus right there, he's annoyed with himself. He didn't see this coming. Now knight takes c5 would be a free pawn. The d6 pawn is hanging directly. You can't play b6 because your rook is hanging on a8. So I don't really see a very attractive move from Magnus. Maybe he just has to give up the d6 pawn, but he does it in a way that also gives up b7, it would seem.
Now, what does Vidit start with? Bishop takes d6 is the instinctive move. It hits the knight. You save bishop takes b7 for a rainy day, or for the next move, depending on what black does. That rainy day has arrived. It actually is. It was drizzling earlier today, but not anymore.
You were checking out the weather in your area, but look at this position. Vidit, it says he's got a winning advantage. The bar is very high up there. Is bishop takes d6 just that strong?
I guess it is time for the knight to go to the bar after bishop takes d6 because its days are probably numbered. I think the point is after bishop d6, knight e8, the other bishop captures b7 and the tactics work out in white's favor because you're going to take the rook in the corner and black's other rook is going to be overextended between having to recapture the bishop and having to defend the knight. So I think Vidit is probably devoting his time to calculating bishop d6, knight b5. But even there, you might have bishop takes b7. He takes with the rook instead.
And a lot of his advantage has left the eval bar, so not the right move from Vidit, but also I think it's hard for Magnus to deal with this because white's pieces still look very strong.
No, there's no question that white is still much better. Black has to decide whether and when he's playing this tactical move, knight takes b5. If you do it now, you're allowing white to take on e6 and get 2 pieces for a rook. That looks very unappealing to me, although black will get a passed c-pawn at the end of the line. So that's one option. Another option is to first take on d6 and then take on b5. That leads to a mass liquidation, which has to be properly assessed as well.
Although that could be the same thing with white playing rook takes e6 to remove the bishop from the knight's diagonal on b3. So it's going to get complicated here. The good news for Magnus is he started the turn up a lot of time, but Vidit, he is calculating quite intensely.
Man, people don't talk about Magnus's time management enough. It literally seems like he has more time than his opponent to begin the game, right? He's spending less time than his opponent, putting it to better use, and then you look up and he's still up on time, even though it appears that he's spending 2 minutes a move. It's crazy. It's like when you've got Lionel Messi on your team and you feel like you've got more than 11 men on the field. It's the same kind of effect.
Well, having more than 11 men in the field is cheating. That's what I've
true.
learned. And I see that this feature chat is also true. The problem is no matter what you do, Magnus's counterattacks are unbelievable. He is very strong at that part of the game. And look at this. He counters by retreating, and it takes this pawn on c4. So bishop b7, rook to d8, only safe square.
Only
What
safe
happens next?
square. Bishop c6, retreating, defending, attacking on e8. But Magnus involves the knight to d6. Crazy tactics here with 1 minute for both sides. Knight a5
Knight
comes to mind.
Bishop takes b5?
Oh! Bishop takes d6 and bishop e7, I think.
Oh, goodness. That is... No. That's an incredible line.
And we might see that line on the board. Sorry.
That's so easy to overlook.
And I think Magnus has overlooked it. Bishop b5, bishop d6, bishop c6. And Magnus thinks, I'm safe. If you take, I take. But bishop e7 first. And only now do you take on c6. Boop, boop. Black is going to drop an exchange, and Vidit missed it. He was winning on the spot with bishop takes d6.
But
And
what is
this
going on
wins
here?
a piece. What's going on in the game? Rook d1, knight e4. What is happening?
So all of the pieces are hanging. The bishop on b5, the knight on e4, the knight on a5, and the knight on e4 attacks the bishop on c5 for good measure.
But white could only capture one piece at a time, right? The same piece was attacking two different minor pieces. So black was not losing a piece. Black is losing a pawn, though. And Vidit now has, I think, excellent chances to convert this outside passer on a3. Finally, we can take a breath.
And I think that white needs to play bishop c5 to b4. I do like the move g4 from Vidit. He is trying to keep black's kingside pawns in check. And now he should probably bring his bishop back to c2, start pushing the a-pawn.
I agree. I think that's the top priority. He prioritizes something different. He brings his king up to the center. Magnus says, nope, you are not going anywhere past f3. h5 is a great heads-up defensive move, simplifying the situation, and now blockading the a-pawn. Feels like Magnus feels like a 50-50 position.
Yeah, because bishop d4 check, that seems to be unacceptable for black to allow, so he plays f6. But after bishop d4, the black bishop retreats. And how does white finally make progress? You need to get your king towards the c2 square so you can trade light square bishops.
Yeah, and king d3 itself alone is not going to do anything. Obviously, Magnus wasn't born yesterday. He's going to keep both of his bishops on the board, unless he feels that a bishop endgame is drawn, which it's not. I think he's going to go bishop b2 and try to anchor himself to this a3 pawn, making it as hard as possible for white to make any sort of progress.
And so the king goes to d3 now and is going up to c4. It does feel like white's making progress. Bishop b7, bishop a6, bishop b5 comes to mind at the right moment.
It feels like there's going to be some sort of maneuver, either bishop b4, bishop c2, or this bishop b7, bishop a6 thing if white had instead gone to c4. But look at Magnus, king t6. Uh-oh. And can he now trade?
Ooh, that's so difficult, especially with no time on the clock. And he made that move with 0.8 seconds, Danya.
And he pre-moves f takes c5, giving himself a little bit of cushion. Apparently this is winning, but it's so hard to figure out. Vidit also doesn't have any time.
No, how can you figure out a win in this position? There's only a couple pawns remaining for black and 3 for white. But king b4, just Magnus will not take this pawn on a4.
Because that would lead to a lost pawn endgame. He will only take this pawn if he can take it with his king.
And he
bishop
is
c2.
Not allowing the white king up the board. That is essential.
That was gorgeous, Robert. First, the bishop was on d5, then it landed on c2. In either case, the square that you always want to control is e4. If you control e4, the pawn controls d4, and the rest is obvious. He mouse slipped. What did he just do?
Oh, he allowed the king up.
Why did he go bishop e3?
He made a
and now he's losing.
Mistake. Yeah, he's losing because the white king just gobbles up the pawns.
And he resigns. Unbelievable.
Vidit Gujrathi just unleashed his potential. He steals an endgame from the best endgame player of all time. And Magnus Carlsen still leads this match, but instead of leading by 4, it's down to 3.
That was incredible persistence from Vidit. He missed a win earlier in the game, but it didn't matter. He wins in the end. He pulls a Magnus on Magnus himself, and he sets the tone for what needs to be a highly successful 3+1 segment. Great final game.
Okay, but Magnus Carlsen leads by 6-3. So, Danya, you see that gap? It's still a big lead for Magnus. Who do you think is feeling particularly good about how that segment concluded?
Listen, it's a big lead for Magnus. I think Magnus is going to be annoyed at the 2 games that he lost. I don't think he's going to be annoyed at the score. I think he took care of business. A 3-point lead after the 5+1 segment is a great score. At the same time, Vidit is within striking distance. This is clearly not the kind of blowout that we saw in the morning. The level of chess is very high, and anything can happen. Magnus is making some blunders, so I really think that Vidit is going to keep his hopes up. And if he can keep his level up, I think we might be in for a closer match than anybody might have expected.
Yeah, if Vidit can keep his cool and keep the match close in the bullet in particular, anything can happen. But this event does not happen without our presenting sponsor in Coinbase. Do you wish financial systems were as fast and smart as the 2023 Speeches Championship presented by Coinbase? They can be. Check out coinbase.com/update the system today, or use the command Coinbase in chat to learn more. Again, use the command Coinbase. We do shout out the presenting sponsor, and well, we shout out the 5-minute plus 1 second increment segment. That is done with. We will take a break, but when we return, it's more from the Speeches Championship presented by Coinbase. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Vidit.
God, it's the same thing every time. Why didn't you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be forced. All my friends watching, and this day is taking forever. Play faster. If I could move this pawn backwards, it would basically be checkmate. Oh! And draws are dumb. I should be able to flag him no matter how many times I repeat moves. 1,400 years, and it's the same game every time. You know what? It's time for some updates. I'm tired of this. I'm doing it. Stalemate is now a win for the player who gets stalemated. You're welcome, Eric Rosen.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
Pawns can move backwards. Why has that never not been a rule?
Pawns can move backwards now?
Every piece should be allowed to en passant.
What? That's not even possible. How?
Ship it, Dunzo, update, enter.
Why is it ending? There's just 2 kings on the board. What is this purgatory?
This is so awesome what we're doing here. Guys, we're changing chess. Why can't people just move however they want, whenever they want?
Wait, what? Checkmate? Do I not get to move?
From now on, C4 actually explodes. Pawns are weak no more. Pawns can promote on the first move. Update! Take that, fool! Woo! I'm not sure I made the users as happy as I thought I would. Maybe chess doesn't need an update. Financial systems do need an update, though. Coinbase is working on just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Go to coinbase.com/update the system today to learn more.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on chess.com. the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru made it! He wins the Speed Chess Championship 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. If you thought this is just another event for Magnus, think again. He is the 2-time Speed Chess Champion. He may be getting a little doze in there, getting a little nap, but when it comes to the Speed Chess Championship, he gives it his all. Danya, when Magnus was interviewed, he had this to say about the SCC. The Speed Chess Championship is by far my favorite event on chess.com. It's sort of the pinnacle of speed chess and a tournament that shows who's who. I'm excited to be participating again, and we'll try to do even better than last time. We know what happened in 2022. Hikaru Nakamura defeated Magnus in the epic finale. Danya, Magnus wants to do better. He's off to a great start.
It's honestly great for, the best player in chess history to say these things about the SEC. If Magnus takes the tournament seriously, then everybody is going to take it seriously, and they do. And Magnus, he's irritated and annoyed at every game that he loses in the SEC. He wants to win this tournament, and I think he's shown that drive in the first 90 minutes of his match against Vidit. But he's got a lot more work to do as the 3+1 segment gets underway.
Let's dive right into the action as Magnus Carlsen leads by 3 points. He did let an endgame get away from him. He had the right drawing defense. He had a fortress that he doesn't even believe in to begin with, but he should have made a draw with proper play. He slipped, Vidit takes a win, and now it's 6-3. So, Danya, heading into the 3+1 here, do you think that Vidit's going to mix up his openings because he can't keep the status quo?
I think he should. In general, I always err on the side of mixing up the openings and trying to get different positions, particularly if you're on the losing side of the match. If you're Magnus, he can play literally anything, and he is playing literally everything. We see a type of opening that we haven't had yet this match, a type of structure that sometimes happens in the London, but this originated out of a kind of Catalan-Slav mixture and a big decision in the early going. Typically, you do not see black trading queens in this version, I think.
No, Queen A6, that is a good move. Usually, I was going to say it's a good move, but the engine gives it a question mark, so what do I know? I think the problem is that White hasn't castled yet, so White can play Bishop F1 right now, and E4 is a monster threat.
Do you think he finds that move, Bishop F1, threatening E4?
I think he does, because normally the White King is castled when Black plays the Queen out to A6. He goes for it.
Now, wait a second. This is a very serious threat. And the problem, to add insult to injury, if Black sticks the knight on E4, White can still extract a lot of the benefit of that discovery with E3, and the Queen cannot depart the B7 pawn. And if Black plays B5, you bang on B5 with a fork coming in with the bishop. This is, seriously bad for Black.
Why is this remotely acceptable? It feels like E4 is a big threat, and as you mentioned, E3 can happen. So he starts with B5, which I think is a good idea, because if White plays A4, Black can't take on A4. You can also give up the pawn on the B4 square. That's actually what happens in some Slav openings.
Yeah, A4 is met with B4 just to keep things close, to put a Band-Aid over the queen side so that you can quickly complete your king side development. You're going to need a lot of Band-Aids to patch up this disaster that's unfolding on the king side. But Magnus kind of making a typical Magnus move. Bishop F4, maybe not the best according to the engine, but he's playing more positionally, clamping down on the E5 square. And I think he's not necessarily hurrying with A4. He might play it on this move. He might also just play bishop back to g2 and complete his development, which he's doing.
Yeah, so he's claiming, perhaps, that there's a positional plus, that the pawn on b7 made c6 feel safer. But for Vidit, now that there's no threats on that diagonal and he brings his queen back, he can always protect his pawn with a6 if he really needs an extra defender there. He can play b4 to gain space if white plays a4. And of course, black can play bishop e7, castle kingside, and then play g5. Get that bishop off the b8 square. Wow, Vidit's just going forward with a5 first. I don't see why he's worse anymore.
He's not. And a4 has lost all of its luster. In fact, it's counterproductive due to b4. And white is going to have problems keeping the e4 square under wraps. I actually would go so far as to say that I kind of like Vidit's position now.
I'm with you, because that bishop on f4, it's going to get kicked at the right moment. Not a single pawn has been traded. Let's repeat that. Not one pawn has been traded in this game, which makes the board feel very clogged. So what are the plans that you see, Danya, for white in this position?
Well, there's only one, right? One wise man said the side that controls the pawn breaks controls the position, and the only conceivable pawn break, now this is a typical plan in such positions, is carrying out e2, e4, which is clearly what Magnus is preparing. First, he's got to decide where to put his queen. He puts it on b4. And is he going to follow up with e4? That's an incredibly committal move, because after the trade on e4, the d5 square is weakened, and you do not want to allow black to sink his teeth into that square. So you got to tread very carefully here. Knight b8.
And look, he's threatening to win a piece. Knight a6.
Whoa.
And if the queen goes to a3, there's b4, and as you're pointing out, bishop d8 to a5. But why did Vidit wince? He made the move knight to b8, and then it seemed like he didn't like his decision.
Is it because of Magnus's response, knight c3 to d1, vacating an escape square for the white queen? This is not exactly, a reason to, I don't know, to cry. But it may be the case that Vidit is at a bit of a dead end with this knight on a6, kind of having no prospects past a6.
And he just castles. There's no bishop takes h6. Funny business. White doesn't have enough pieces over there on the king side to threaten the black king. He plays f3, taking away some knight g4 jumps. Danya, when is this board going to open up? We still have 0 trades.
I really feel like Vidit should have tried to prepare e6, e5. You can get that move in and white's position starts to crumble. The thing is, Magnus's knights are incredibly passive, but I think Vidit is going for the more long-term strategy of doing what exactly? Preparing bishop f6. And ultimately, I think he is going to prepare e5. There was a crazy tactic there with bishop takes c5 and d4 trapping the queen. That was insane. That was insane.
I was wondering why the eval bar went crazy. That is really nasty.
Look at this. And I'm going to I have to show this. Rook d5. And the knight on a6 finally has its moment in the sun. Finally has its moment in the sun in terms of protecting the c7 square. The queen is trapped, and white basically loses on the spot, because once this pawn disappears, your entire center essentially crumbles. This doesn't help, by the way. It's exactly the same type of line. I guess here the queen can go to c7. But anyways, black is winning in the end. Let's go back to the live board, though. We've had quite a few moves.
You know why that wasn't on Vidit's radar is because before the knight went to f2, the queen had that spot. But look what Vidit's doing anyway. He is just moving forward. Now there's this pawn on a2, which is a long-term weakness. It's essentially both sides are up a pawn, but in different parts of the board.
That's a great way to put it, and Vidit continues to break apart white's control of the center. Now the rook on e8 is sitting pretty. Black's control over the e4 square is impressive, and Magnus is, again, struggling to create chances on the other side of the board. He's got 2 seconds on his clock as well. He's losing.
Look at Vidit go. The e4 square is juicy. Just drop a knight in there right now. He does just that. And c5 is an opportunity as well for black, or bishop c5 if you allow it.
And now bishop takes f5. Snap that knight off the board and find a spot for your dark-squared bishop on the long diagonal. Instead, he's gone queen d7. He can take twice on f5, but that would entail giving up the c6 pawn. Vidit down to 8 seconds himself. Can he keep his composure and time pressure? Magnus with 0.8 seconds.
Barely getting the moves off. And that king on g2 looks open, but he finally takes that knight on f5. This looks great for Vidit.
And the moves are easy. c4 is possible, but with 3 seconds on the clock, I wouldn't stir the pot. He plays these calm moves 2 seconds again. f5 was missed there, winning the exchange. All-out time scramble.
This Black has all the control. E4, en passant, take that thing. He didn't take
that thing. He didn't take it, and he's allowed Magnus to establish a pawn chain in the king side, and now the situation getting more complicated. Oh my goodness, now it's completely pandemonium.
But the F5 is loose, and he goes D3. What a shot!
Oh my goodness.
He cuts the queen off from the F5 square, and now E6
and he
drops.
Takes E6.
Black's up 2 pawns.
And this should be a technical win now. Still not over, though. There's a pin along the E-file that Vidit has to solve, and he solves it with a check. But now Magnus's king is walking into the center, and it's still not over.
No, it's not over because Black needs to get that king out of there. And how do you push your pawns? Maybe you just got to go for the king side now.
Yeah. King F6, walking out of the checks and advancing his pawns. I think you called it, Robert. I think the right idea is just to advance these pawns methodically, carefully, without blundering anything. But with all of his pieces on dark squares, there we go. That's it. Finally, Magnus succumbs. And what a win to start the 3+1 segment. 2 in a row now for Vidit Gujarati.
And he just took a bite of a much-deserved snack, as now he has won 2 in a row. The deficit's just 2 points. And Magnus, he got outplayed in that game. Vidit really showed some great technique.
Yeah, and after Bishop F1 in the early going, I thought that Magnus was likely to score a quick victory, but I think he dropped the ball on the opportunity to play A4. And by the time he realized what had happened, Vidit had closed the queen side, had started operating in the center, and it was a dominant display by Vidit. Yeah, there was some mess in the time pressure, but that's to be expected. Great win, confidence booster. Guess what? It's a 2-point match.
And look at this, knight e8 from Magnus. He's trying to trade the dark square bishops. And in this position, if Black tries to get active with c5, you're left with an isolated pawn. So, Donnie, I don't know this very well. I've never really seen this knight reroute from e8 to d6 this early. But I can't say I dislike Vidit's position the slightest. It looks very healthy for him.
It looks healthy, and this is a very healthy plan that has been around now for many, many decades. You play f3 and then e4, and you want to play this move very carefully because the moment you play e4, you're also weakening the d4 pawn. Obviously, you can't play it now because the knight will hang, so you have to kind of massage your way around those problems. With the queens off the board, who benefits?
I think that White can just push forward on the king side, but that's why Black decides to strike against this knight on f4. If you have to go knight back to e2, then Black may throw more pawns forward with f5, claiming much-needed space on that flank. But if you take on e6, f takes e6, Black will play e5. The bishop on d3 stares into thin air, and I prefer the knights.
G5 is one of those moves. You look at it, obviously, he's just chasing the knight away, but there's actually a lot of nuance, a lot of positional depth that hides behind a move like G5, knowing exactly when to advance your pawns, when White is prepared to play E4, and beating him to the punch is Magnus Carlsen. I think he solved all of his problems, and by move 20, he stands with a very comfortable position in the endgame. Vidit trying to needle at him with H4, but I don't think that there's all that much going for White on the king side.
Is there a knight e4 check coming that White needs to be careful about? Just watch out. Your king is on f2. It's not going to get checkmated, but it might fall into a tactic.
No, it's absolutely a big problem for White, actually. Knight e4 check possible even here. Presumably, Magnus is going to spend a little bit of time calculating that. Because if he can make it work, then it's definitely the move that you want to play. And I think he's going to play it. I think he's going to do it. And he does.
You have to take this knight. If your king moves, you lose the knight on g3, so that's a difference there. But if you take with the pawn, then f takes is a problem, so it takes the bishop. But this, at first glance, looks good to me for Black, but he gets rook h5, rook h1 so quickly that maybe it's White who has the upper hand.
Upon closer inspection, it's not entirely clear which king gets caught under the crossfire first. Black has to defend this g5 pawn. Now, Magnus could play e takes f3 and throw this in, but he's not in time to play this tactical move, bishop g4, because g5 will fall with check, it'll fall with a fork, and king g6 is going to be met with the doubling on the h file with tons of threats. There's some mate threats there with rook h7 as well. Let's see how this plays out. Magnus could also push the pawn up to g4.
But g4 then f4 from White, and that bishop on e6, that does not look like a great piece. It's just a kind of staring into your own pawns. The pawn d5 is blunting your own bishop. Suddenly, I like Vidit's position. I just like the way he's playing this match. He has really been able to right the ship.
Yeah, the confidence that he's played with the last couple of games has been awesome to see. He lost a couple of painful ones earlier in the 5-minute portion. It hasn't impacted his confidence and his verve at all. That's exactly what you need to do against someone of Magnus's caliber, as we see King G6 and Knight to F7, a stellar defensive move uncorked by Carlsen. He protects H6 and G5 and prepares to simplify the situation with Rook H8, which will really make the king feel a little bit more comfortable on G6.
It's that filigree precision that you always like to reference. And Magnus's average accuracy level of 92.3% in the 5+1 section was the highest thus far. And he only has a 2-point lead right now. That must be so frustrating for him. He's playing quite accurate chess. But let's not forget, in that bishop endgame, where he had the draw in the bag, he made one slip with his bishop and suddenly Vidit was able to win. So accuracy, if you're not accurate until the very end, it doesn't actually help you secure even more points.
Well, listen, knowing Magnus and having interviewed him as many times as I and as we've interviewed him, he's probably exasperated right now that this isn't a blowout. He's exasperated that the score, isn't 7-1 or something like that. But you got to tip your hat to Vidit. He has played very consistent brand of chess. Yeah, he's missed some tactics here and there, but he's exploited the opportunities as they've come. And this is a pretty important endgame. It's equal according to the engine, but I can see this going in either player's favor. The knights look pretty strong, but white's suffering from some weaknesses here in the center and on the king side. Likeliest outcome, definitely still a draw.
It looks like it. And Vidit might even try to force it in the next couple moves. If the king goes back to f6, the knight goes back to e4. But maybe he'll play for more with king e3 and say, what is your plan as black?
I think the plan is to repeat moves.
He hasn't done it yet. But if he spends all his time and gets in time trouble, he won't be able to win. But he does play king
You're
e3.
You're right. Good call, Robert. And I was thinking he's adopting that old trick I would use to convince my coaches that accepting a draw was the right decision. Oh, but, I ran out of time. I had only 2 minutes on my clock. Of course, I started with 45 minutes. But if you sit for 40 minutes, you don't have any time left, so you might as well take the draw. And what do we have here? The knight swings over to the queen side using the entire board as a canvas, but Magnus simply drops his king back. I love the placement of black's knight as it guards the g-pawn as well as important squares throughout the center.
Yeah, because the d6 square was one where the white knight would have loved to jump to and then to c8. Now we see a swap of pieces. This looks like a draw for sure. I don't even see how either side plays for a win. You'd have to blunder a full piece.
Or you'd have to blunder a transition into a pawn game. Like knight d6 actually threatens knight f5 check. And I think black would be winning in that pawn endgame because of the superior king placement. So Vidit is the one who has to be a little bit careful. Magnus might try for a couple moves before acquiescing to the draw. Also, I think it benefits him, given that he holds the lead in the match.
Really good observation about the knight trade with the more active black king that could have spelled disaster. But now the knight just reroutes itself to c3. If the knight goes to h4 for black, the white king slides to e3. We could see a repetition in that way as well.
Indeed, we do. That is exactly what we're getting. Knight a7 to b5. Magnus, he keeps it going. And I think he's keeping it going also from the perspective of milking some time off the clock, exerting a little bit of additional pressure, wearing his opponent down just a little bit more. All of those incremental moments, they are important when you add them up.
And you can't win games that you've already drawn. And we know how many wins Magnus has had from very equal positions. So why not? Look, his king is active right now, but that knight that was on f4, it wraps around a bit. There was knight c2 check that white had to be careful about, but a3 kicks the knight back. What's happening here?
I'd still be scared if I was playing Magnus. In fact, I'd be scared for either color. Knight c2, things suddenly getting a little bit of tactical here. Now, probably still a draw after knight takes d5, but wait a second. Knight takes a3, and black gets this outside g-pawn. And I'm starting to get a little worried for Vidit. He's got to be accurate now. Is he going to lose this?
How does he save this? The g-pawn's so fast. Oh, what a find. Knight d7.
Only
he needs the check. That was great by Vidit right there.
Not over yet, though. Knight g4, another accurate move. And another one. He's found only moves to hold the game. Still not over.
No, not over at all. 2 seconds. He was knight g2. And where's the knight going? To f4.
f4. Only moves. Knight h3 now. Nope. g2. Losing.
Black goes to f2 with the king.
But knight h3 and knight g1, the knight will keep circling around. And if black promotes, white's king will start to get up to c5. And then it's a 3-result game once again.
And king up to d4. Watch out. His king. Where does the king
knight
go?
g5. Knight g5 is coming.
Wait. He got the move off, but barely. But knight g5 wins.
Oh my gosh. Deflecting the knight from h3. It's a double exclam, and it's a win for Magnus Carlsen. I cannot believe what we just saw.
Unreal, but you called it that black still had some winning chances, and I said, and Magnus does, you cannot win games you've already drawn. He won a game that most people would have chalked up to being just a draw. It's never that simple when Magnus is your opponent.
You know, people reported this while watching Michael Jordan play basketball. Even season ticket holders from the Bulls kept marveling every time he took off from the free throw line or put up a 50-point performance. I've commentated Magnus Carlsen for most of my commentary career, but every time I see him winning an endgame like that, it's unbelievable in its own way because he's not playing amateurs. He's playing amazing endgame players in their own right, people who themselves are capable of squeezing out an equal endgame against players like Naroditsky. The fact that Magnus Carlsen does it to them is pretty insane.
It's a much-needed win, too, because Vidit had taken 2 straight games, and Vidit won an endgame against Magnus. That was crazy. I agree with the featured chat there. This position, look at this, completely symmetrical in nature in terms of pawn structure. Black can play c6, and these are the types of positions that Magnus plays for a win.
Oh, absolutely. And white's slightly better. Why exactly, I don't know. Like sometimes, why is white slightly better? Maybe because the knight is incrementally better placed. Maybe because the queen has this window toward b3. It can tickle some of black's pawns. Black has a couple of these very minor problems that have to be solved. I think he can solve them by dropping the queen back specifically to e7 and playing c6. Well done. But still, Magnus has the e-file, and as long as he holds the e-file, he holds at least some minuscule chances. And maybe even c4 can be considered.
There's only one open line, and white's rook controls it. That said, there are no targets to go after, and that's why you're mentioning c4, that if you can trade on c4, the bishop gets out there, f7 feels quite vulnerable. But c4 is one of those moves that you can't take back. Your d4 pawn will be a clear target. So I'm not sure if Magnus plays c4 here, or if he plays some kind of rook e3 quiet move, but I don't think white can play for a win without your choice.
Yeah, with a 3-point lead in the match, having won the game that he just won, I don't think Magnus is going to take on any unnecessary risk. C4 doesn't strike me as a particularly risky move because you could liquidate in the future by pushing the d-pawn up to d5. I can guarantee you that that is exactly the kind of wheels that are turning in Magnus's head right now. He's contemplating c4. He might resort to a move like h3 or a move like knight e5. Given what we saw last game, that would not be tantamount to a draw, for he is still very much playing this position for a win.
Yeah, he can play c4 next and take with a pawn rather than the bishop, so he'll have a hanging pawn structure, an open b-file to target maybe black's backward pawn. So here, Vidit plays bishop to e4. Magnus retreats, attacking that bishop, and the bishop slides back to g6. I like the way both players are handling this, Danya.
Now it definitely feels like c4 is quite a bit more appealing. You called it, Robert. His idea is to recapture with the pawn, maintaining the integrity of his pawn structure. What does he want? What is his next move? Well, probably it's c takes d5, and then bringing the knight back over to f3, and ultimately gaining traction on this d5 pawn.
Bishop h5 is very tempting, going after that knight on f3, but black needs to be careful. They're back rank ideas because the king doesn't have luft, so both sides have this weakness. d5 for black, d4 for white, and bishop h5 at the right moment will probably be a good move.
White's control over the e-file is quite an annoying factor that black has to deal with. It would be very nice if black could just remove the rooks from the board. Not easy to do because the e8 square is undefended. You could consider a move like f6, but obviously a move like that comes with a pretty hefty price tag. And Magnus just starting to do Magnus things here. Bishop d3 is an excellent counterattacking move.
He protected his knight by attacking the black knight. Bishop takes f3 is met by bishop takes f5. And the e-file control for white is great. That's why the knight just slid back to d6. And queen c5. What a Magnus choice.
That is such a Magnus move right there. It's vintage Magnus. Forcing, I think he's forcing an endgame because you do not want to give up d5. Vidit will have to stick his knight on e4, give up a pawn, and after the last game, imagine the nightmare of having to hold a pawn down rook endgame against Magnus. No, he's given up the pawn. Too much of a nightmare.
Well, he wants a bit more of an active defense instead of trading queens and then having to move the knight away back to the last rank or giving the pawn away in the center. He says, I'll give it away, but with more pieces on the board. Taking on a 3, he wants queen c3 and now b3 and d4 and e1 are all hanging. Watch out for the third rank. Bishop takes h7 check, but the queen is defended by the rook.
Remarkably, queen d1 guards all 3 things at the same time because you can't play queen takes d4 because of the aforementioned bishop h7 check. Of course, there the queen is undefended. But queen d1 is a little bit passive. Magnus could also choose to give away the b3 pawn and put a rook on d1 and then operate on the king side with a move like h4. Big moment here. Oh, you can't even take this pawn because of bishop h7. So rook d1 also serves the purpose of protecting all 3 items that are under fire.
Actually, how does black respond to rook d1? You're simply going to be down a pawn for the time being. G6 blunts the bishop but creates loose squares in front of the king. So I think rook d1 may be the best try.
I love the move rook d1 because it keeps the queen on its optimal attacking square. Queen d1 is a little bit passive. Magnus, though, look at how much time he's investing on this move. He's down to 30 seconds. What is he calculating?
He's calculating, if I had the black pieces, well, I'd be able to get good, sufficient counterplay and maybe win the game. And that might be the problems when you're Magnus. You think like Magnus, but you have to recognize that, hey, not everyone does. And he goes, rook e3.
Whoa.
He's mad at himself.
Wait, his idea is queen takes b3, bishop takes h7 check. But in that position, you can't take the queen because of back rank mate. You've got this check on h3, though, with your queen. Things getting super complicated as Vidit takes the majority of his own time to calculate the thicket of variations. Queen a1 check also possible.
Yeah, queen a1, bishop f1, rook c1. Queen just barreling down the first rank, but queen e2 threatens a counter back rank checkmate on e8. That is a much needed defense. And Vidit, he is down under 16 seconds now. He made his move, but Magnus simply makes a luft.
And this is exactly the kind of position Magnus wanted. He's got a good bishop against a relatively bad knight. I think it's a minuscule advantage for white. In a time scramble, though, knights are very valuable pieces. So easy to miss some sort of freak tactic or a fork. Let's see how Vidit handles this very important time scramble. We might get a queen trade and a draw, but the way that these previous time scrambles have gone, I think we're in for some adventures in this endgame.
Yeah, why a draw? Look at this position where the knight on d6 now is defended. It goes back to b6. That's a great move. I have to say, it frees the rook on the 6th rank and gets your knight active.
Rook c3 was possible there. Instead, he reroutes his knight to c5. Knight takes a4. Does that work? No, it doesn't because of bishop b5.
And rook c3 checked him with king d2. So great awareness from both players. The knight goes back to e6 to check. He'll go back to c5, maybe?
Magnus advancing, expanding on the king side, trying to deprive the knight of key retreating squares. Vidit going back and forth, but it seems like Magnus is starting to make progress here on the king side.
I'm looking at Vidit's clock. He barely is getting his moves up. 0.7 seconds. This is a bullet scramble. Now start trading pawns. And Donna, let's not forget, the light square bishop, the h8 corner are not a match. So Vidit should know his task.
He does indeed. Rook f7 check is Magnus's idea. He's loading up a trebuchet on the f-file. 1 second for Magnus. 0.4 as he made his move. And he's going to bail out, I think, to a draw.
Yes, he will. He's going to take b6 and h6, but it's going to be rook and 1 pawn versus rook and 1 pawn, and just throw away the a pawn, put your king in front of the h pawn. That is a draw.
Wow. So we did get our share of adventurous, but I think a draw. Fair result for a very balanced game.
A good result for both players in that one. I thought that Vidit held very steady. I mean, this is the thing about the Speed Chess Championship. Even when you're facing a 3-point deficit, you could still be proud of the way you're playing. I think Vidit is playing a very, very strong match. Magnus Carlsen a year ago against Fabiano Caruana, he only gave up 4 points that whole match. So the fact that Vidit's already there and keeping this close, it's showing that Vidit is in good form.
I remember that match like it was yesterday. I think we can make a categorical statement that to not get blown out in an increment match against Magnus Carlsen already means that you've basically played to the best of your abilities. And that's very true here. Not only is he not getting blown out, he's very much in this match. All he needs is a win, and it's back to a 2-point match. So this one going to be a very important game going into that midpoint break.
And this position needs a midpoint break. We need to open up the center of the board because it's very close. And now Vidit took on d5 because the knight on d7 is a lousy piece. The knight on c3 is much better. The pawn on d4 takes away both forward jumps from that d7 knight.
Not going to lie, this is not the most riveting position that I've seen today. I probably would prefer a Najdorf, like the one that they had in game 2, but you take what you can get. Vidit gets his rook over to c1. Notice that he brought the F rook over to c1 just to keep the other rook in reserve on the queen side. Magnus initiates a bunch of trades, and are we going to get a substantive transformation of the pawn structure? No. Vidit is going to keep the status quo by moving the queen away from the pin and leading to a bunch more trades.
So it seems like Vidit okay to try and make draws. And one of the things that you have to do in the SEC is play that psychological battle. Does Magnus actually want to make draws with Vidit? The answer is probably no. We saw their head-to-head entering this matchup. I think it was like 12 wins for Magnus, 3 for Vidit, and 0 draws. They do not draw against one another. So maybe Vidit's saying, come on, let's split this point here. I'll steal some of your rating points, and it's not a bad result for me.
Yeah, this has been a just ultra-balanced game, but you can totally understand why Vidit is playing with an abundance of caution. Every draw against Magnus Carlsen is an achievement in its own right, but at some point, you need to start coming back in this match. And maybe Vidit's strategy, Robert, is to drag this match out to the bullet, to keep it at approximately a 3-point lead. Maybe he believes that his best chance at a comeback is in the bullet segment. I don't know. I mean, we can ask Vidit afterward, but I think that he's been playing really, really well. That last game, I think some people in the chat were saying over 97% for both players. That essentially tells you all that you need to know.
Well, the shorter the time control, I do think the chances go up for players who are lower rated. So I don't blame Vidit if that is his match strategy. He does not want to lose more games in this blitz time control, and it's impossible. To lose, I was going to say, for white, but then I was going to say we've seen Magnus win so many impossible positions.
Yeah, we've said that before. It's impossible to lose against anybody except Magnus Carlsen. Is Magnus Carlsen going to try to unbalance the game with e5, or is he just going to keep shuffling his knight between c6 and e7? Well, he has no choice, actually. He can't play e5.
Oh, yeah, because it's under control. Now, after knight f4, you can't play e5 because the d5 pawn is loose. So we might see this back and forth. That will lead us to the midway point of this time control. A draw feels like a fair result, and Vidit hasn't confirmed it. There it is.
There it is indeed, and we reach the exact midpoint of the hour allotted to the 3+1 time control. The lead remains at 3. The match just kind of hanging there in the balance. This game will be aborted, I'm pretty sure, because we are at the halfway break. Or not.
Looks like, yeah, it hasn't been stopped just yet, but we are exactly down the middle of the 60 minutes allotted to this time segment. But hey, if they play, let's commentate on the game that's happening here.
By all means, I'm more than happy with the way this game is unfolding, especially because they actually have an e4 opening this time. They have a bishop's game, something relatively fresh. So we'll keep watching as long as this game doesn't get aborted.
Yeah, this game, well, let's look at this. It feels like I'm in my childhood, and you love openings like this as well, where you just play a little bit of a slower approach, and you see that white temporarily has the bishop pair, and maybe he's going to keep the bishop pair, or at least keep a bishop versus knight, quote-unquote, edge.
What a weird sequence of moves there. Knight a5, knight a4. Knights on the rim are amazing, clearly, as our elders taught us. The smoke has cleared somewhat. 2 pairs of minor pieces has been exchanged. I like what Magnus has gotten here. He's got the uncontested dark squared bishop. It could come out to g5 at a moment's notice and harass the knight. Instead, he takes the positional approach and expands on the queen side with b4 and b5. Magnus playing very adventurously to start this game.
And that black knight just kicked around. It was an a5, now back to c6. Now it's to move again. Maybe knight d8 to e6. I feel like that's quite standard. Or, as you're pointing out, knight e7 to g6. They're 2 different options. I like the knight on e6 because it takes away d4. At least it makes it less appealing. But it also, knight e6 closes down the e-file, and the rooks don't get such open lines.
And to that end, after knight g6, you could potentially consider d6, d5. Of course, given that white is the one with the bishop, that could be counterproductive, because if you play it at the wrong moment, you allow white a free attack on the e5 pawn. So maybe resisting that temptation and playing a slower move like rook fe8, or something relatively calm like h6, or maybe even c6 to chip away at white's pawn chain. I feel like that is more congruent with the demands of the position than, a flashy but ultimately flawed d5, which he's just played. I guess we'll see.
Maybe there is no flaw after all, but the e5 pawn now becomes a target. At least white can go after something, but the rook can come to e8. So by putting the knight on g rather than e6, it allowed black to strike in the center. But wow, look at this move, c4. He wants to kick that queen away and then play moves like bishop b2, especially if the queen goes to e6.
Great move. Again, showing that concrete considerations transcend general principles. There is a backward pawn on d3, but that queen could not have dropped back to d6 because of bishop to a3. It has to go back to this very awkward square. Now Magnus is very close to being able to play d4. He can't quite do it yet because c4 will fall. Maybe a calmer move like queen d2 should be considered, but Vidit is heading for c5. And black could end up better here, Robert, if white is not careful.
If that pawn on b6 was back on a7, then I think white would be better. But because the pawn is doubled, inherent to having double pawns means open files. The semi-open a file hitting a4 is very promising for black. Queen b4 becomes a threat. Knight c5 is on the agenda. And h4, played by Magnus, he does not care about that a4 pawn.
I just wanted to point out, I love the way that Vidit maneuvered his queen first to e6, and then he did shift it to d6, but only at the moment when white moved the rook away from a1. So bishop a3 is no longer a consideration. Now it's time to bring the queen to its optimal square. He reinforces the e5 pawn, trying to take the sting out of the subsequent movement of the h pawn. I think now he is ready to meet h5 with knight f4, and so maybe Magnus took the words right out of my mouth, considers g3 to cover the f4 square, and now h5 is much more appealing.
But f6 was appealing for black because white doesn't have a light squared bishop. If that bishop could go, say, out to a2, suddenly the light squares would feel vulnerable, and Magnus strikes with d4. I think that black can just trade. Danya, I am worried about this pawn on a4. That's such a weakness.
It's definitely a worrisome pawn, especially in light of the knight coming to c5. Big question here, what is Magnus going to recapture with?
If he takes with the bishop, knight e6 seems obvious. I would not go for that. If he takes with the knight on d4, maybe still knight to e6 in this position?
If you can trade off a pair of knights, the knight c5 becomes even stronger. At that point, white will run out of options when it comes down to defending that pawn, because rook a1 obviously can always be met with rook a8. We do have knight takes d4. I do like knight e6. Maybe knight f5 there stirs the pot a little bit more. Let's see what Magnus comes up with here.
The only thing I don't like for Vidit is that he's down under a minute. He has had some struggles, though he did play well under the duress of the time trouble in some of the previous games as well. But knight e6 played. Why does that get a question mark? Did the eval bar even change?
Well, it's because it's not the eval bar, it is the evil bar. And we already know that. It's very cruel. I think very cruel for Vidit would be a well-timed h6. Magnus should really consider throwing that move in to soften up some of these targets on the king side. Instead, we do see knight f5, as I pointed out earlier. But after knight c5, I honestly think that the worst is behind him. Maybe h6 there, I don't know.
Ooh, just trying to go after the black king. I like that.
Yeah.
And which knight to c5? He chooses the e knight. And Danya, it's because h6 is not as powerful with the knight on d7 protecting the f6 pawn.
Great observation. That's exactly what Vidit had in mind. He plays g6. Magnus drops back to e3, but he is still hunting and probing and chiseling, and the knight is jumping over to d5, 30 seconds for both sides. This is a very double-edged endgame once again.
The knight on d5 can, I think, successfully be kicked by a pawn to c6. And also, this a4 pawn remains loose. Black can swing that rook over to a8, grab that a4 pawn, and then try to take control of some open lines. I would be worried if I were Magnus, especially look at his clock. He is down in time trouble.
He doesn't see a move that he likes. He goes knight d5. You're absolutely right. c6 is the immediate response. Vidit putting pressure on the board, on the clock. 5 seconds for Magnus. Where is he going to go? Back to e3. Can Vidit continue to surround this pawn with rook a8?
What is the downside of rook a8? Is there some kind of rook d or bc, rook d6? Does that somehow keep in it?
I agree. And he goes knight e5 instead, orchestrating a trade of the bishop for the knight.
And Vidit doesn't take back yet. That is a sign of a super strong player. And I always compliment players in the news. They don't take right away. He could have pre-moved. He took with the f-pawn, isolating it because he wants that initiative. He gave his king some shelter in the center.
And he's taken the pawn on a4, simultaneously protecting b6, taking the sting out of bc. 1 second as Magnus played king f3. He is now firmly in the defensive. Vidit activates his rook. 0.6 seconds as Magnus seeks counterplay against the pawn. Can he hold a draw here?
He would be so fortunate. The Black Knight could come to d4 at any moment, but White might win King of the Hill and stay in this game with the White King going to e4.
It goes back instead to g2. This is still, Robert, a 3-result game. If Magnus can go after the h-pawn, and he does, and Vidit blundered it.
But what's going on with this b-pawn? Which pawn is getting there faster?
The h-pawn. Magnus is going to win again, and he simply wins by resignation.
No, he won on time.
On time,
even worse.
on time. But he's winning in the final position.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen down a pawn, but it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. His h-pawn gets to the other side. He leaps out of his chair, and you see it, the Champions Chess Tour chair there. He currently leads by 4 points. It's been a close match, but it's 9-5 in Magnus' favor.
I can't believe the way that he turns these games around. Vidit was in the driver's seat for the whole endgame. Magnus makes 3 moves, and the pawn that seems most irrelevant, the most inconsequential pawn on the whole board, right? The h6 pawn that everybody forgot about, that's precisely the pawn which wins the game. Magnus reinforces his dominance. He holds a 4-point lead, and he's coasting. He's playing great. He's taking care of business. It's a combative match. It's a competitive match, Robert. But right now, Vidit needs to turn on the jet. He wants to get the comeback.
Even the sloppy games are still strong ones from Magnus Carlsen. He has a 4-point lead. The players will take a break, and so will we. This is the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Vidit Gujarati. More when we return.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. The man you see in front of you is Magnus Carlsen, the world's top-ranked player. He's sporting that beach shirt, that baseball cap. Donna, he's also sporting a 4-point lead.
And he's also sporting one equal endgame after another that he keeps on winning. He's winning worse endgames. He's winning better endgames. He's winning equal endgames. He's winning all sorts of endgames, and he's winning all sorts of games and positions. Magnus Carlsen just doing Magnus Carlsen things, Robert.
Well, his end game is to win this match and the entire Speed Chess Championship. So right now with a 4-point lead, it looks like Vidit Gujrati's in a tough spot. But we've been praising the play of Vidit. Even in that last game, which he lost, he was up a pawn. And if things had just been a little bit different, he could have cut this lead, instead of ballooning up to 4, back down to 2.
Huge props to Vidit for the way that he's played. He's gotten a couple of great sparkling victories that he can be proud of, that he can look upon after the match. And almost every game has been close. You can't point to a single Magnus victory that has been entirely one-sided. They're all coming down to the wire. I mean, this last game was better for Vidit all throughout that end game. Somehow, with 1 second on the clock, Magnus keeps making perfect moves. He keeps finding the one way to generate winning chances. And these last 25 or so minutes of the 3+1 portion, really, really pivotal. Like I always say, Robert, it's not really realistic for Vidit to wipe out the entire 4-point lead. But if he can get this down to 2 or 3, he gives himself a serious fighting chance in the bullet where we know that anything can happen.
Yeah, the words fighting chance, I think those are essential because in the 3+1, it has felt like a true fight. Right now, Magnus Carlsen leads that time control by a score of 3-2. He won the initial time segment by a score of 6-3. But if that last game had gone a bit differently, it could have been Vidit Gujrati who was leading the time frame there, and that could have changed the storyline. But Donna, you're right. One game after another, Vidit can't just focus on, let me quickly get 4 straight wins. You need to do it piece by piece.
You need to do it piece by piece, and you need to make the most out of the white pieces. I'm curious what Vidit is going to play in the next game. We've seen D4. We've seen E4 by both players. I think this is not one of those SEC matches where the openings truly decide the course of the game. But still, I'm curious to see what will be on the menu. A French will be on the menu, and a Guimard French, a very rare line, where Black develops the knight to C6. There was a famous story associated with this move. Ruben Fine, the American master, was annotating a collection of games from a tournament in the 60s, and he awarded this move 2 question marks because Tigran Petrosian played it. And rumor has it Tigran Petrosian was not very happy when he saw that particular annotation. It's actually not as bad of a move as Ruben Fine made it out to be.
It's not, because I knew you were going to go with that. The position remains closed. So Black, even though you are unable to strike C7 to C5 to really get some control of the center, it's not the end of the world, but it is pleasant for Vidit. And one thing I just want to quickly shout out, Danya, which may go unnoticed because of how quickly the games are continuing, Vidit played E4. Vidit has diversified his repertoire in recent years, and at the Tata Steel India Rapid and Blitz, Rajabov, Vichy, many people were praising Vidit as becoming a different and improved player in these last few years.
I would compare his transformation to the one undergone by Anish Giri, also referred to as Anish Giri 2.0. That was inaugurated with his performance at Tata Steel a couple of years back. A lot of similar components to that transformation: different openings, diversified repertoire, and a diversified style, more universal. That's how you become closer to the world elite. Let's see if that translates into more wins in the 3+1 segment. We have kind of a standard French structure at this point. It took Magnus a while, but he was finally able to get that knight out of the way and push C5.
And once he does that, he is going to open up the C-file at the right moment. Something you don't necessarily want to do is take on D4 and see a knight replace the pawn there, because the knight on D4 stares forward at the E6 pawn and the B5 square. So Magnus closes it down, but Danya, when you close the center and that side of the board, White has a free hand and you're showing a rook left.
Yeah, Ruben Fine somewhere is kind of smiling and saying, maybe I had something. There was something to those 2 question marks I assigned to that move. H5, typical idea, freezing the G and H pawns and allowing White to more effectively maneuver the rook to G3, which is exactly what Vidit is doing. The other problem for black is that you cannot easily castle because you're always dealing with a hanging pawn on f7. If you play rook f8, then after rook g3, you're in even bigger trouble. Rook g8, Robert, can always be met with this very nasty shot on h7 with a bishop.
Hold up. Can black castle queenside? Because after queen takes f7, there's like rook. Well, the bishop is no longer there. But there's sometimes you just chase the queen around a bit. Maybe it wasn't going to work out because white would just steal too much. Now your king is definitely not going queenside, at least not yet.
Ugh. And now knight h4, f4, f5. Vidit going through the textbook plans here. He's also managing his time super well. He's up a minute on the clock. I think this is a big chance.
And it's a big change because Vidit is now up on time, and that's been the case in some of these 3+1 games. In the longer tie controls, it felt like he was always down on the clock, and knight to b3. Vidit ignores it. Darn it, not the first game we've seen today with a harmless knight in enemy territory on that b3 square.
But that, knight on b, that's exactly right. That knight on b3 reminds me of when I was a little kid. And my dad would give me a broken computer to play with, and I thought I was doing all of these things by pressing all these buttons, but the buttons would actually do anything. And that kind of reminds me of black's play on the queen side. Knight b3, here's one button. b5 and a5 and b4, there's another button. But white's play on the king side, that's a computer which actually works. And if white can quickly shove the pawn through to f5, if black's king gets stranded in the center, the game might be over very, very quickly. I think Magnus has to castle queenside by hook or by crook.
And he has to do it now. Look at his clock. He's down to 25 seconds. He's spending way too much time.
He doesn't know what to do. I think he's got a castle, and he does. But he didn't find a satisfactory answer to this idea of pushing f5, which Vidit should do quickly, and he does. Takes it, and bishop f5.
Yeah.
How about that?
Exactly. You can't allow the black bishop there, but you play bishop f5. A rook can come to f3, and then knight on b3. It's not participating the way it wants to.
Why can't you take twice on e6 and then support the knight if necessary with bishop c2 to f5?
That looks very complicated, though, because the bishop will be loose on f5 after bishop takes h4. So you have to be really careful here. Maybe knight g6 right now, knight h4 to g6, and that way you're hitting the rook and the bishop. And maybe you don't need to win material. You just continue to improve your position move by move, piece by piece, and I don't see a plan for black.
Well, piece by piece is exactly how you do it. Rook h3 will swing over to f3. And I think you called it. White doesn't really need to hurry. I mean, as I said earlier, black does eventually have this idea of b5, a5, and b4, but that takes so much time. Look at Magnus. He sacrifices a piece. And that's a great practical idea. Bishop takes b2. He's going to pick up a bunch of pawns. And at the very least, he's going to develop some intrigue in this game.
Great decision. I think it's the only try he had where he felt like he had a puncher's chance. And you look at this position, 2 extra pawns for black, but an extra knight for white. But b5, a5, b4, those moves happen very quickly. You need to be careful if you're Vidit.
God, that bishop is like a cockroach you're trying to kill. Well, that cockroach just got stepped on by Vidit's flip-flops, except Magnus sacrificed it and tries to set his pawns in motion. He's not fast enough, though. That a7 pawn is going to disappear, and so is the queen after rook a6.
Yeah, this was not the best game from Magnus. I liked bishop c1, but after that, it was very convincing from Vidit. So those pawns, they may look a bit scary, but white has what? A queen and 2 minor pieces for the 2 rooks.
And how many extra pieces do you need to beat Magnus? Of course, Magnus's b-pawn and c-pawn in the hands of anyone else would not be intimidating at all. When Magnus has those pass pawns, you're actually scared. I love the way Vidit is converting this. He sacrifices strategically one of his minor pieces in order to bring the other one in with tempo.
E6. And here comes e6. That's right. The bishop is pinned. And, okay, that's also really nice. The rook is under attack. The d7 bishop is loose. And
now e6.
You can also take the rook, but he wants bishop takes f5, and that is not as easy as you would think.
Okay, this is still completely winning. The bishop simply blockades the pawns, and now e6 is still a threat. The rook is also hanging. Somehow Magnus is still alive.
He's protecting his bishop, and now rook c1 becomes an idea for black. E6 is a good one.
The guy never dies.
He never does. Rook c1, again, is on the agenda, but e7 is what white has.
But how is it that Vidit suddenly has to calculate variations? He's down to 10 seconds. Rook c1 is a threat. Then rook takes b1 and rook d1. Now, wait a second. Rook a1?
Queen C5 check.
And E7.
E7 should finally do it.
Rook E7 and Bishop D3. Bishop B5.
Queen takes B5. Whoa.
Whoa.
Wait, King takes
Rook
D1,
E1?
B1 Queen? 92.
Rook E7.
Oh my gosh, Rook E7. And White has 2 minor pieces for a rook. Is there a checkmate? Is there going to be a game over at any point here?
I think that you can trade queens. Probably that's the simplest with 3 seconds on the clock. But can you even trade queens? And where does Black's king escape to? Yes, you can. You can force the queen
B6.
trade.
Bishop A6, trade queens. Great call by you and great execution from Vidit. Now he is easily winning, I would think, but it's never easy when you're playing against Magnus.
Now Magnus is going to find some sort of stalemate. He's going to tuck his king over to H4, and he's going to give up his rook, and it's suddenly going to be stalemate. Just watch.
This is well done, though. D7, and I think we're not going to get any kind of stalemate. This looks like game over.
All credit to Vidit. He played amazingly. He kept his composure. But how long did Magnus survive in that game? I would have resigned that about 40 moves ago, and I'm a late resigner.
Wait. You see Magnus? Vidit just won with the white pieces, and now Vidit somehow was given white again. That is a mistake. You see Magnus recognizing it. Of course, the team is going to restart the game where Magnus gets white. Time will be added to the match clock, but yeah, look at Magnus. He's like, what's going on here? Why would I possibly get the second move?
Hold on, girl. He's like, no, I want the white pieces now. Great win by Vidit. That experiment in the Guimard did not work out for Magnus Carlsen. It was bad, really, from the first moves. Vidit knew exactly how to respond to that sideline.
Yes, Vidit played an exceptional game. He broke through with that F4, F5, and that has cut the lead back to 3. And we saw the pre-match predictions, Danya. Everybody had Magnus Carlsen winning 98% of people. The smarter chess predictions at 20-8 would be the final score. That still may be the case, but it's not like Vidit got a few free points at the end. Right now, he is really keeping things close.
He absolutely is, and there's some intermediate steps, some hoops you have to jump through if you want to score the upset of the millennium. The first is ensure that it's not a blowout. Sow the seeds of doubt and the seeds of frustration into the mind of the stronger player, which I think Vidit is doing. Magnus has shown a little bit of frustration, irritation perhaps, with some of the games that he's left on the table. And of course, the second step is to make sure that you stay within 3 or preferably even 2 or 1 going into the bullet segment.
Okay, well, Vidit is within 3 at the moment. We do have a London system out of the gates in this game, and Magnus keeps going back to this. So he likes the London. It was played in the World Championship match that he did not take part in Ding Liren against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But when you look at this Queen B3 stuff again, what do you make of this, and whose position would you rather have?
Yeah, this is a bit of a sterile line. It's a line in which it's hard to say which side plays where. Like on the one hand, sometimes white plays B3, but if black's rook is on C8, then you don't want to play B3. Both sides can play in the center, like white can prepare E4, black can prepare E5. So I'll be honest, I don't really understand these types of positions. I don't know exactly who's playing for the advantage. As a kid, I would probably choose black because of the space advantage on the queen side, but the computer always seems to assign a slight edge to white here.
Sorry, I got distracted by the featured chat. There's only one player who is better than Magnus in endgames, and that is Tablebase. That's
the famous grandmaster, John Tablebase.
That was a really good one. So in this position, we don't have an endgame. In fact, we've had 0 pieces traded. It's all locked up here. White may try to go for E4, especially if they move rook E1, and black may play for B4, but you can't play rook B8. That's the one thing holding black back, is that bishop on F4 is a nuisance.
And you don't want to play B4 prematurely. That walks into the very thematic tactic. Knight D takes C4, and the knight on C6 is loose. And that is exactly what Carlsen is trying to set up. Vidit says, I wasn't born yesterday. He goes A6, leading to our first trade of the game on move 17.
And the bishop slides up to E5. We may see the dark squared bishops come off the board, but bishop takes F6, followed by E4. That's one of the key ideas for white. And for Vidit, the question is, do you plug the square with your own knight?
I think you can also try to jump the gun here, well, in a good way, with bishop D3. And the point is that after bishop F6, E4 doesn't come with tempo anymore, so you would have had time to play E6. But Vidit doesn't seem to care. He allows bishop takes F6, and I don't see any other ideas, any other active ideas for Magnus other than to trade on f6. So whether it's good or bad, you kind of have to do it, I think.
And I think after bishop f6, e4, he won't take on e4. Many of us would be tempted. We're about to see this happen. I think after e4 is played, black will play bishop to e6 back to defend the d5 pawn in that way and say, you're going to trade on my terms.
If he wants to take on e4, then probably he should recapture on f6 with the queen. That seems to be a better version of d takes e4. He could still play bishop e6. No, he does take on e4. And will we get... No, we will not get a knight versus bishop situation. We will get a bishop pair for black. I like Magnus's position, though. I think he's slightly better now.
He is, because he's got control over the A file. He has a knight compared to that bishop on g7, which is staring to a brick wall. And rook c7 was played. I probably wouldn't trade pieces if I'm Magnus. I like bringing the rook back somewhere. Oh, it was queen a1.
He's trading on his own terms. But is the queen on a7 really all that worthwhile?
Well, Vidit says no, but why not? It looks pretty good for white because the bishop on e4 covers that a8 square.
I really like bishop f6. It overprotects the e7 pawn so that the other bishop could move, and then the queen could potentially dive into f4. King g7, another great prophylactic move, bringing the king to a safer spot, moving it away from the 8th rank. Is Magnus setting up for rook a6 here? And what is his response then to queen f4?
Ooh, queen f4 with the bishop hanging on e4, queen c1 check.
Ugh.
It might lead to a repetition, but also some big problems for white. And is black going to play g5, g4? That's a big question if you go on the offensive.
It feels like Magnus has gone astray in the last couple of moves. I think he put too much stock into his queenside play, but there's nothing to attack on that side of the board. There's nothing on the A file. So when you play rook a6 and your pieces get stranded and gummied up on the queenside like that, your king starts to experience major discomfort. Really like the way that Vidit has set up his pieces on the king side. His king feels really impervious, surrounded by his faithful bodyguard, the f6 bishop.
Looks impossible to get after that king. Queen f4 looks quite natural, but maybe Magnus has bishop c6 planned, where he trades the light square bishops, and that's what Vidit's concerned about. The b5 pawn will be loose. The bishop on f6 looks worse than that knight on f3. So I wonder if Vidit will go forward with queen to f4. I would not trade queens, that's for sure, but what else is there?
Great call, and that's definitely the reason he stepped back to c7 to keep the c6 square protected. Now don't go back to d6 and blunder the rook. That's an easy blunder to make. Queen c8 might allow knight e5, and so Vidit decides to change up the nature of the position to what I'm sure is Magnus's great relief. Now he no longer has to worry about the safety of his own king, and once again it feels like white's position might be a little bit preferable.
And look at this, g3. Magnus is trying to provoke Vidit into taking that pawn and losing b5. Vidit says, no, thank you. I need to keep that pawn. He can play rook b8 in the near future, play for b4 at the right moment. But as soon as you play b4, that c4 pawn is loose.
And that knight is jumping around like a fish out of water, except it's quite a bit more dangerous than a fish out of water. It feels right at home, in fact, in this type of position where you can chisel away at some of black's weaknesses. But look at Vidit expanding on the king side, maybe bringing his king up toward the center. 20 seconds on the clock. That's my greatest concern for Vidit, is his clock situation.
And he plays f4. So, wow, rook a7 is a pin on the 7th rank. The king escapes that. Well, the king's in the center now. I feel like Vidit has accomplished something.
Okay, but so has Magnus in terms of centralizing his knight. Things getting very tactical. Bishop c1 tying itself down to the pawn on b2. Does Magnus calmly play b3? Or does he seek tactical complications with bishop e6?
I like
something
b3
of that
because,
sort.
Yeah, bishop e6 is the type of move you want to play, but it actually doesn't carry any sort of huge threat. So b3 seems to offer a trade. Then after the swap, bishop b2 for black anyway. c3 is loose. I feel like Vidit is handling this very well. That under 20-second, that is the thing that is worrisome.
Bishop to c6, which is essentially the same as bishop to e6. We might get a trade on d7, and knight takes b5. And that, I think, likely will lead to a draw.
It should. And we see a swap, rook to b8 now, or maybe rook d5. He plays the more active move.
Great call.
Everything's coming off the board.
Yep, we're going to get liquidation. And Magnus has to find suitable arrangements for his knight, but that knight has plenty of squares. It's essentially a dead draw once this knight evacuates back to white's side of the board. which it just did.
And G3, is he going to take it? No, he's too smart for that because you could take it and that's a theoretical draw, but that also will waste a lot of time off the match clock. And a big question for you, Danya, is does Vidit want another 3-1 game or would he rather get straight to the bullet?
I think he would rather get straight to the bullet. I don't know. It feels like Magnus has been really at home in this game. And I think Magnus is the one who wants as many 3+1 games as possible because Bullet is very unpredictable. You just never know how it's going to go. You could be the greatest Bullet player in the world, and something could go wrong on that particular day. I think Magnus wants to build up the maximum cushion going into the Bullet, which is, I don't know, maybe not. He's shuffling his pieces back and forth.
Just going to see a draw by the 50 move rule, I imagine, unless he plays G5. That's the only way to avoid the draw. But then the black bishop will take that pawn when it gets there. So this is a time-wasting strategy from Magnus. It's perfectly acceptable. It's part of the rules, and we've seen players like Hikaru use it to their advantage, so why not Magnus? And now, Vidit gets the white pieces done, and this is probably the final blitz game of the match. If Vidit can win this, he'll only be down by 2 points, and he will have a legitimate shot at the world number 1.
Huge game. Just think about the difference between a 4-point match and a 2-point match. It's night and day. Can Vidit step up to the plate? He's got the white pieces. He's got Uri Lopez that he's felt comfortable and increasingly comfortable in the last couple of years. Let's see what he can bring to the table against one of the premier experts from the black side in Magnus Carlsen.
And look at this position. There's an open A file. So white's rook on the queen side is probably the best piece on the board, at least relative to its counterpart. But black plays this solidly. You have an open file. So what? What are you going to attack over there? I think that white needs to trade a few pieces. We see the start of that with that knight to d5. But then this reminds me of a certain world championship match, not Ding versus Nepo, but Magnus versus Nepo.
Yeah, I don't remember that match very well. Who won that match? Was it Nepo? Yeah, it's kind of hazy in my mind. But look at just the comfort level that Magnus is displaying in all of these Uri Lopez structure. He knows exactly where the pieces belong, when they should get there. And I already think that he solved most of his opening problems. Vidit trying to institute some more problems with d4. And we're going to get something really tactical here as Magnus immediately trades on d4. What do you make of this committal decision? And how is white going to recapture?
If you take with the pawn, black plays c5. And this is, I think, what we're about to see. Where now black can claim, I'm up a pawn on the queen side. You're up a pawn as white in the center. And this is why I try to avoid saying it's even material. I think that doesn't explain things very well. But black has mobile pawns on the queen side. White has stuck pawn in the center.
And I've harped on this before, but this is, once again, kind of like a Benoni structure. You get this out of a modern Benoni, and a lot of the evaluation in such position hinges on who controls the e5 square, who controls, this dark color complex along the long diagonal. That answer is very, very clear. It is clearly Magnus Carlsen. He's aiming at b2. His knight can jump to f4 or to e5, and the bishop on f8 later on in the game can join society via e7 and f6 once the queen moves, of course. I really like the way Magnus is handling this.
If white plays queen c2 at some point, bishop takes h3 is also available. So you have to be careful in all directions. b3 was a smart move. That pawn was under attack. You can place a bishop on c4 at the right moment to stabilize. Now I think that white should play bishop c4 and say, well, what weaknesses do I really have?
But this bishop b7, bishop f6 maneuver, it's now become a reality, and perhaps even an immediate reality. As Magnus tries to find a way to wrest control of the A file from white, right? If white trades on A8, which he just did, that's a major, major concession that Vidit has just made for free. And he is trying to cover all of the important infiltration squares down the A file. But look at Magnus clamping down on the F4 square, preparing to fianchetto his bishop. He is completely in command of this game right now.
That move definitely deserved that exclamation point because you're pointing out bishop e7 to f6. He says, I'll go to the same diagonal, but let me take control of that f4 square. So is white going to be able to play f4? I don't think it's so easy. Bishop g7, f4, there's always a queen d4 check to throw in. The white king also gets in some danger, and the open A file is clearly a good thing for black.
Absolutely, and that is why Vidit taps into his only active resource, that is the move f2, f4, which he is trying to shove through, even in the face Even in the face of Black's clamp, f4 will open up the f-file. I think Vidit is doing everything he has to do to generate active counterplay. But look at Magnus shutting down the king side. In comes the rook in so many different lines. White's position is on the cusp of total collapse.
It was such a calm start to the game, and now White's king looks a bit open. That bishop on g4, it is kind of in danger of being trapped in some positions, but White doesn't have another pawn to attack it with. Like if you played f5 for White, you give up the dark squares, but you trap that bishop in there. You just don't have a pawn going to h3 after that.
That's a great point. That would have made all the difference. The presence of h3, g4 would have made it a very dangerous idea indeed. And this is where Vidit, I think, is going to pay the price for giving up the a-file. I think it's a perfect opportunity to involve the rook via a1, pinning the bishop to the other rook, and creating threats on all sides of the board. Of course, technically, White could move the bishop in response to that, but man, oh, rook a2.
Whoa.
No, he didn't. Sacking the exchange.
That is sick. He gives up his rook for the bishop because the bishop protects so many important pawns and squares. Wow, what a find by Magnus there.
Can I say that is sexy? And it is also the best move because the rook is hanging, the pawn falls, the other pawn falls, and the white king is going to get caught in a massive attack orchestrated by all of Black's pieces put together. I would just grab e4 and enjoy my life here if I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Whew, what a move Rook a2 was.
A2. Oh.
And how easy is this position? Because the eval bar is saying that Black is clearly for choice. But what's the follow-up? It is right now a bishop and one pawn for Rook. Even if you just steal that second pawn, as he did, this doesn't seem straightforward.
Man, if I had this position against Magnus with White in a classical game, I might have had to hit the bar after the game. It just feels like there's no hope for White because b3 is also likely to fall. Vidit clinging to that pawn with all that he has left. Rook e3 is actually a great move because the rook can also swing over to g3, and that is the way in which White engineers some counterplay. That king on h7, not feeling too comfortable. And look at Vidit forcing this bishop away so that the queen can try to infiltrate via e8. Not over yet.
And if that queen gets to the last rank, suddenly the Black king is in huge trouble. But after queen a2, he goes right back. He wants to keep the b3 pawn defended. I think that's much needed in this position because you can't allow Black's pawns to start running up the board.
Now, obviously, Black has a draw in his pocket. That's not the question, right? There's queen d1, queen h5. There's queen e4. Anything draws. How does Black nail the final nail in the coffin here in terms of getting to this b3 pawn or getting to White's king? Maybe a move like h5, maybe covering the g-file with bishop g6, but those are pretty hard moves to play because they're kind of amorphous. And Magnus investing most of his time advantage into calculating c4. Here we go.
He gave away most of his objective advantage as well, but he wants to push his passed pawn. But White goes queen a8, and watch out for queen g8 checkmate.
But don't go queen a7. He plays the right move. It's the only good square for the queen. There's a draw in Magnus's pocket, but will he go bishop g6 and take the plunge? No,
Isn't
the bishop is
hanging. Yeah, we both
I think he might have forgotten about that.
And then there's b2, so that does keep the position very interesting. But is the white rook even able to stop that pawn?
Because rook b3 walks into a fork on d1. I would play bishop g6 here. I don't see a move for White.
But there's bishop d4 at the end of that variation, I think.
Oh my gosh, and there's queen h8 mate. What's going on here?
What is happening? He does get a queen, but now it's an extra pawn for Black, but opposite colored bishops that should leave White in a position where you can draw, but don't play bishop d4 now because queen f4 check.
I was going to say still a little bit of work to do for Vidit, but he has done that work and he has held the draw. A huge result for Vidit. Improbable. And Magnus exasperated there despite the brilliant exchange sacrifice, despite the heroics in the opening. He can't pull out the win, and he will have to satisfy himself with a 3-point lead going into the bullet. This, Robert, is a close match.
It is indeed. 3 points separate these two. And Magnus, he expects the most from himself. He did probably expect that Vidit would be a fighter, but 10-7, I don't think our community could have expected this. This going into the bullet really gives Vidit a legitimate shot.
Yeah, Vidit is playing out of his mind. Yes, he's down 3 points against Magnus, but the fact that he's in this match going into the bullet, the fact that he has, as I put it at the start of this segment, a fighting chance tells you all you need to know about the kind of effort and the kind of resilience that we have seen from Vidit today. Can he cap off an incredible comeback in the Bullet, or will Magnus continue to do Magnus things? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, isn't there?
There is, but the players, they'll get a much-needed break before the action continues. We'll do the same, but before we get to our break, I want to give a shout-out to AG1, because AG1 is a new partner of the SCC. It is your daily support of key health functions from mental performance to energy and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use the command AG1 in chat. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the SCC. Thank you to AG1 for putting Danny Wrench on the graphic. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We will take this break along with the players, but when we return, it's more from this matchup in the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on chess.com.
We are back at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We are watching none other than world number 1 Magnus Carlsen play in his match, but his opponent, Danya Vidit Gujarati, is giving him all that he can handle.
Absolutely. Major props to Vidit. Really, from move 1 of game 1, he has put his heart on the line in this match. Magnus has been doing Magnus things. He's won a couple of sparkling endgames. I don't want to overthink it, Robert. I think the best way to categorize this match is just a bunch of really high-level chess.
It has been from both sides. Vidit, he is unleashing his potential against the top-rated player in the world, but Magnus Carlsen is number 1 for a reason. He has won so many events. He's actually won 4 of his previous 5 events heading into this competition. The only event he didn't win was a second-place finish in the Bullet Chess Championship. Hikaru, of course, won that one.
Now, Vidit, not as experienced of a bullet player as Magnus has been in recent years with all of his bullet brawls and all of his long bullet matches. But Vidit's not bad. He's fast, he's tactically sharp, and he has a lot of experience in time scramble. So do not count out the Indian talent. Do not count Vidit out, especially with the way that he's been playing. We're underway with a Grunfeld Slav and one of the most boring openings in all of chess, Robert.
It really is. And you see both sides bring their knights into the center, but the pawn structure has changed. Earlier, you asked me, I actually think that was in the Maxime against Gukesh match, but I'm losing track of things. It's a doubleheader. Whose pawn structure do I typically favor? This is now symmetrical. Both bishops are staring down the B file, so no rooks can join the party. Danya, what's the plan here?
Well, it's very uncomfortable for both sides because neither side can put a rook on B8, and you're just itching. You're just itching to combine the rook and the queen. I think Black's plan was maybe to orchestrate c5, but Magnus beats him to the punch. And look at the clock situation in the early going. Carlsen has managed to locate a position that he's just a lot more comfortable with, and he's already up 30 seconds. And he also has a better position as the pressure on d5 reaches an apex and forces Vidit to retract his queen to its initial square.
But that's a great move from Vidit because c5 is a lot less tempting if it doesn't come with tempo, and then Black can strike with e5 at the right moment. So look at this. g5 was an idea. That bishop on f4 was running out of squares. Great awareness from Magnus himself.
I've noticed that in recent months, Magnus has accelerated the pace of his bullet play. We noticed this in the Bullet Chess Championship. He plays really fast, even with the increment, and that's an incredible way to put serious pressure on his opponent. 49 seconds. And e4 blasting through the center creates massive pressure on the e5 pawn. Of course, he sees it. He is a beast in bullet.
But it doesn't actually win material, so I'm a little bit surprised that the evaluation is so high.
F5?
Yeah, f5 and e4, and that d4 pawn is a problem.
Oh, apparently there was an exchange sack on e5 that Magnus could have explored, but instead he is exploring a queen trade and forcing a queen trade.
And he wants that pass pawn.
He does, and he's going to get it.
Uh-oh. Donnie, this looks really good for Magnus.
It's the fact that Black can't put a rook on b8. This is killer. It's killer because now Magnus is going to grab the b file.
And there's nothing that Vidit can do about it. He grabs the b file, the 6th rank, and pass c pawn. What exactly does Black have in return? Pawns all in light squares.
Ugh. Rook b5. It's so easy to play this in bullet. a4. Really, any move improves your position. This is dead lost for Vidit, unfortunately. Game 1 is very one-sided.
And it makes sense for Vidit to play this on, but in the upcoming games, if he's a lost position, he might need to resign right away to give himself a chance to come back in the match.
Yeah, I agree completely. This is not resignable just yet, but if Magnus makes a couple more accurate moves, you can consider it. There was a devilish trap set by Vidit there. Rook takes d5, king e6 would have trapped the rook, but obviously Magnus, he sees such things in his sleep, and now it's time to start thinking about resigning, I think.
Unfortunately, the white rook is too powerful. I mean, the a pawn can start pushing up. There it goes. And Black doesn't even get f4. You want to spring free a pass pawn of your own. You're not... Oh, a6 was nice.
The most debilitating thing, Magnus still has 32 seconds. He has a full complement of half his time. He doesn't need any of it. He's playing instantly. He's playing powerfully. And Robert, we could confuse this for a 5+1 game. Such was the level that Magnus displayed in that endgame. He's the only person in the world who can display such a level playing instantly the entire game.
it looked like a classical game for what it's worth.
Totally.
That was very high quality. No mistakes really from Magnus. He didn't sacrifice that exchange on e5, which he may have done in a classical game, but he played with exquisite technique. And this is a forcing variation. Donna, you're a King's Indian expert. Do you like this line for white or for black?
I think white is slightly better objectively, but in a bullet game, very, very easy to play with black. You've got a lot of low-hanging fruit kind of moves. You could get the rook to d8, the other rook to e8. Of course, the biggest thing to watch out for as black is the health and safety of your d6 pawn. If you give that pawn away, your position collapses. Magnus has absolutely no intentions of giving that pawn away.
And he just starts to try to trade off knights, and now that the knights are off the board, black doesn't really have this d6 pawn to worry about, especially if the king gets to f8 and e7, but that would be easier said in a queenless position.
Rook takes d6 is possible here, but then Magnus would give away his queen for 2 rooks and get monopoly over the d-file. That does not look appetizing in the least. Great job by Vidit, creating some pressure on the king. Look at Magnus. Rook a6, rook b6. Just the deftness, the adroitness with which he handles his heavy pieces. It's crazy, man. Rook b2 is coming. Suddenly Magnus is better.
Yeah, rook b2 doesn't work right yet
Rook
because
B1.
the queen came to stop it. But the rook came to c8, which wasn't the engine's recommendation. And look at Vidit playing king f2, going into the pin and up the board.
One move on the queen side is followed by one move on the king side for Magnus as he freezes the progress of white's h-pawn. But how does he improve his position? Rook b2 has to be calculated carefully. Instead, he plays king h7, kind of biding his time, preventing a potential queen sally to h6. Vidit is in trouble once again.
Rook 4 to d3? Can you just go after the a3 pawn, try to trade queens? And this doesn't look so bad for white anymore.
I didn't see that move at all. I stand corrected. Probably closer to equal, if anything.
How do you even take back? If you take with the d pawn, white controls the open file there and put a rook on b3. Rook b3 right now.
Don't like d takes c5. I thought rook takes c5 was basically an immediate draw, Robert, because white had no good way to defend c4. Now it feels like it's white who's pressing for the advantage. a3 is lost.
He's stealing a pawn. And
b7 is lost.
Take b7 first. Vidit does. Wow, if Vidit can get this win, it's back to 3. And Vidit's trying to show him that I can hang with you in bullet chess.
But he's got to continue playing accurately. And Magnus is activating his rook. It's going to get scary, Robert, with the rooks, the piggies coming to the second rank. Magnus is probably going to recover at least 1 pawn. And he's going to have practical drawing chances here. Good ones at that.
Oof, those rooks are on the second rank. Their g2 falls. h4 could fall in the near future. And many of white's pawns are gone. But is that c pawn quick enough?
Push him, baby. Rock him, cowboy. c5 coming. Rook a7 blockading from c7. Magnus. Bishop c8. No pasaran. But can Vidit nail in the coffin here? Does he get his king up to d4? What's the right approach?
He might try to go rook b8 and rook takes c8 if he can get c7 in time. But I think the black rook would slide back through h1. And now it's both players. I mean, look at this game. White has chances with the more advanced pass pawn, but black can go after the white king.
Magnus is going to win this game, it feels like. Vidit has faltered. He's brought his king all the way back to its most passive square. Everything back. I think Vidit's fighting for a draw now.
He is, but at least he has stabilized all of his pieces, defend one another, and the white king can sit safely on h2. Trades are good.
Pawns.
Uh-oh. Watch out for rook d2 coming if you move your rook on the c-file.
King f2. Vidit holding on. He's playing super accurately to hold on. Magnus could throw in h3, but he's saving that move for a rainy day.
Whoa, Vidit is down. Making his moves. Oh, he's barely getting his moves off.
Oh my gosh, and that pawn is still stopped. King g2 got to move. No, he flagged.
He flags. He needed his king over on g2, but Danya, he couldn't move his mouse in time.
Oh, man. What a heartbreaker. What a great positional game by Vidit to start that endgame. And then suddenly, snap of a finger. I can't snap, but if I could, I'd make the snapping noise just to symbolize how quickly Magnus is able to turn these endgames around. He plays worse endgames for a win, and he is the only player in the universe who does that with total regularity across all time controls.
He's incredible, and he is now up by 5 points. Vidit has been incredible in this match, but in those key moments down the stretch, it has felt like Magnus was just a little bit more accurate and a little bit, I don't want to say hungrier because both players want to win, but there's something about Magnus where he's ready to pounce no matter the position.
No, completely. And this is a watershed moment in the match. There's still 20 plus minutes left in the match. This match is not over. You've got 5 games to play, but you have to start winning right now. And you have to start taking serious risks, but calculated risks. And I think he is.
Wow, this is looking good for Vidit. This is the type of chess that I think Vidit fans wanted from him the whole way through. Don't be afraid of your opponent. Play the position. What is this? Is it a draw by force?
It's a draw. And this is a classic technique, but a double exclam in a bullet game. Should I show this? I guess we'll wait for Vidit to execute those moves. He can sack his queen on b3 or an a1.
Ooh, if he sacks his queen on a1, we have a game there. I think Vidit should go for that.
He absolutely has to go for it. You can't really afford a draw at this point, particularly if you've managed to get a double-edged position. But it's much easier for me to say in the comfort of my warm office than against Magnus Carlsen.
It's true. We don't have to play down a queen for some material. But Vidit, he makes the draw. He wants the white pieces, and he trades queen. So this variation is all the rage. But Danya, is it a good bullet opening?
I think it's okay. I mean, if you know all of the typical ideas for white, if you know exactly where the pieces belong, I think that white can play this in bullet. I'm a little bit worried, though, because Magnus knows absolutely everything. And this g5, g4 idea, I think, is recommended by Erwin Lamy in his Chessable course on the Caros. Magnus clearly showing that he's done his homework here.
Magnus looking at chess games? Who would have thought it? If you ever watched the documentary on Magnus, he devours all material on the game of chess. It sort of shows based on his skill set. But look at this. Just bringing a knight to f4, controlling these dark squares. What does white have in this position as black will, of course, play h5?
Nothing. Ooh, Knight g2. Whoa.
That's such a good move. He wants bishop h6.
Wow.
Incredible.
No, but this is positional mastery in a bullet game, and this is unprecedented. The way that Magnus has improved, if you look at his bullet performances over the last couple of years, how much faster he's gotten, how much crisper at bullet tactics, it's insane.
He's threatening checkmate, right? If the bishop moves and a rook gets to d8,
gosh,
the white king has no moves.
That's vulgar. Get that out of the commentary. We've got kids watching.
Wait.
He can play it anyway.
Well, bishop e6, the knight can take. That's the good news because it covers the d8 square. But then how are you going to cover it after that?
And if knight takes b7, you just go rook b8. But Magnus going very, very positional here. Can't really blame him. He wants to play with an abundance of caution. He's still much better because of his monopoly over the dark squares all over the board.
This looks great. Bishop pair, open space. That knight on c3 completely dominated by that pawn on c6. I think that it's nice to play bishop e6 when you're a commentator, but it would have shattered black's pawn structure, whereas this position, there is no harm, and everything is looking good for Magnus.
God, his piece is operating in concert like a practiced Philharmonic symphony. It's crazy. Every piece fulfilling its own role. Rook g2 apparently wins the game with a beautiful sequence of bishop checks. He's going to find it. You know it. You know it. No, he doesn't. Still winning.
Not that easy to spot in a bullet game, but this looks great for black. You're just trying to weaken, to loosen the pawn chain and go after the base pawn.
And what we take for granted so often in Magnus's play is I really like to draw attention to how he plays on both sides of the board. It produces an aesthetic effect even to someone who barely knows the rules of the game. Look at how one move is on the queen side, then the other on the king side, then the other in the center. He uses the board as his canvas to produce beautiful paintings, whether it's bullet or blitz or classical. And look at this checkmate on g4.
That is sick.
Amazing game.
And you were being so descriptive. I felt like I was watching that be painted. And that final move, that final position, it's a photo finish. It's picturesque. It's another win for Magnus Carlsen.
Diego Velasquez would be proud of that one. That belongs right in the Prado Museum. Magnus has got to be proud of that game.
No, you were doing so well until you threw in that pun. Chat, come on, get involved. What do you think of Danya's pun there? Be honest, let him know. But Danya, that game was seriously awesome.
I think chat is enjoying that. It's just such a beautiful thing to have a checkmate stem from an attack like that. Every move consecutive, every move part of a larger strategy, and it all ends in a checkmate in the end game. Just a treat to watch that.
A treat for everybody except for Vidit Gujrati, who has seen a 3-point match. It's all the way up to 6. It has doubled that advantage for Magnus Carlsen. And here in this game, once again, black is solid. Vidit has nothing that he should worry about, but Magnus makes you worry just by sitting across from you or playing against you on the internet.
Exactly. Doesn't matter if it's a symmetrical structure. Doesn't matter if there are no pieces on the board. He will always find a way to stir the pot. And he's still got a little bit of work to do. There's 16 minutes remaining in the match. He's got a 6-point lead on the scoreboard. One more win would essentially seal it. But Vidit not giving up hope. Let's see if he can get on the board with at least a draw in this game.
In this position, it does look very solid for black. No weaknesses that I can see exploited. But Magnus wants some kind of G5, Knight G4 checkmating idea. He's going for the attack.
His form is honestly unbelievable. But where to from here? Rook D8 check. He has to be careful not to overextend himself on the king side as he goes after Vidit's A pawn. That pawn cannot be easily defended, and so Vidit counterattacking some of white's vulnerable pawns on the king side. Great job by Vidit seeking active counterplay.
And he's going to win the A2 pawn first.
But now very unpleasant activity. But okay, Knight G8 maybe.
Knight G8, it might be necessary, or he's going to force a draw if white keeps going back to A7. But what Magnus should do is make a 2-time repetition, and before he makes his 3rd time, just waste all of his remaining clock.
Before he gets a chance to do that, it is Vidit who insists on playing for a win. I feel like that's a bit inadvisable given how passive he is. Magnus could start repeating again, but now Magnus says, hey, you don't want it? Okay, I'm going to play.
Is there a mating net going to be weaved around the black king? Oh no, the black knight can't move at all. And there's F5 ideas, knight takes E7 and F6.
Magnus could have flirted with the idea of getting the king over to C5. If his king was on D4 in this position, it would have been winning. But practically, this is still so hard for black to play. King F6, and it's all over again. Another equal endgame pulled out by Magnus Carlsen.
Vidit's pieces could not move, and when they did, it allowed the white king into the position. Vidit, you could see him disheartened there. White is going to win. That's another victory for Magnus Carlsen.
And you feel for Vidit, this is just epic form that's being displayed by Magnus. Vidit is not doing anything egregious. He's not making any big mistakes in these games. He's getting outplayed from start to finish. And I do want him to score at least one victory in the bullet, but the way Magnus is playing right now, he's not coming close.
When Magnus is on form like this, it's hard to take him down. And Magnus's bullet rating, I can see it, it's up to 3361. That's ridiculous.
That is totally ridiculous. And Magnus just following up on the form that he displayed in the Bullet Chess Championship. He's incredible.
Wow. Okay. And we are going to get more games in a second here, but the players, you see, did Vidit lose connection because his camera is now gone? Ooh. That might be the issue. And, well, it doesn't change the match score. It doesn't change the trajectory of this match. It's been all Magnus Carlsen in the bullet.
And it's truly amazing the way that Magnus can adjust his type of game based on the match situation, based on the time control. At the beginning of the match, he was more tactical. We had some Italians. We had a Najdorf. But then as he settled into the lead, he started playing more positionally. And then as we transitioned to the bullet, he started playing purely on intuition. He sensed that Vidit is a little bit less practiced at bullet, Robert, and so he accelerated his pace of play to really accentuate, I think, Vidit's lack of experience. It's worked incredibly, and man, oh man, is he a runaway train when the man is on form.
Do you see this underneath our cameras, Danya? That the overall accuracy, Carlsen leads 92.8% to 91.4%. That makes sense. But in 3+1,
wow,
Vidit was slightly more accurate than Magnus was. That was 4-4 in that time control. But to say you played more accurately than Magnus and you tied the score in the 3+1, that is something to be proud of.
Absolutely. We sing Magnus's praises, and for very good reason. The man deserves every plaudit imaginable, but so does Vidit. The final score of this match is not going to represent how close it was. Vidit was at times a single win away from getting this to a 2-point match. He was oh so close, and some of the victories he scored, he can really hang his hat on. As we take a look at the current scoreboard, it is, unfortunately for Vidit, pulling away from him. It's a 7-point lead.
Yeah, there was a 4-4 sandwich there with the 6-3 in the longest time of control in Magnus' favor. It's currently 4.5 in the bullet in Magnus' favor. The Norwegian, the world number one, he is cruising, at least on the scoreboard. But the match has been very close throughout till we got to the bullet.
I think it's amazing how this year already in the SEC, we're seeing some players in sparkling form. I think in years past, sometimes the form has been a little bit topsy-turvy, but let's identify a couple of players who've shown sparkling form thus far. Magnus Carlsen, obviously today. We saw Fabiano Caruana, who's been in great form for a while. Nihal Serene, MVL, crushing through the morning match. I can't believe that was today. Robert, we've got so many players in great form, and you know what that promises? It promises some epic final matches in the SEC this year.
Well, I think the standout performer of the opening matches thus far has to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The way he dominated Gukesh, it was never close. There was not any shakiness to Maxime's play, but we have seen other great performers make their way through to the quarterfinals. Magnus Carlsen will be a quarterfinalist, it would seem. Only 13 minutes remain in the overall match clock, and with the score, a 7-point lead for Magnus, he would have to lose every game and lose some pretty quickly for Vidit to be able to mount a comeback.
It's mathematically possible. Magnus is certainly not planning to take his foot off the gas pedal. Moreover, his openings are becoming more and more combative as he trots out a Benoni. Benoni, one of the best bullet openings because it's so easy to play. There's so many tactical ideas. And the main idea, of course, is to prepare B6, B5. But you always have to watch out for the health of your D6 pawn. This is the main drawback, Robert, of the Benoni. This major, major long-term weakness on D6.
That's 100% the case, and that's why Black first put a rook to D8 to protect the pawn. Now the queen's over on B7. B5 is next. So Vidit went G4. That might expose his king. I don't see what's next for that G-pawn, and I clearly see what Magnus has in store for Vidit.
Man, and once these pawns start to roll, it's like a roller coaster going down the hill. There is nothing in this world that can stop those pawns from steamrolling white on the queen side. You're going to see Magnus soon enough, I think, pushing C4, creating a little envelope for his knight on C5. He knows all of these ideas down pat, and he's got 56 seconds on his clock as he's doing that.
More than double Vidit's time, an easier position to play for Black. The A file open and now under Black's control. And C3, anybody? With B4 next. Give me a protected pass pawn.
C3, Vidit saying, no, you are not going to support that passer. Unfortunately for white, that bishop is plenty to support C3 safely. And now Magnus is going after that pawn on B4 with everything that he's got.
Is he really going to put his rook on C4?
Oh no.
Gosh.
Oh, no.
That is sad for white. You just can't protect B4. That one little pawn on B5 defends both rooks.
If only you could replace the queen on B3 with a pawn.
That's true. But what a find by Vidit there. He went rook to A1. And why is this so good for Black?
Apparently, there's a ridiculous tactic that's never going to happen with knight takes B4. If Magnus plays that move, I leave.
Wait, what's the point? Knight takes C4, knight takes... Oh, he played it.
I'm leaving.
Oh! You can't take on C4.
No!
Because bishop C4, queen takes F3.
And now bishop D4 sets up the mate threat on G1. He's found that too. And Vidit has to abandon the knight. And that ends the combination.
Wow.
Queen E3. The queen has only one escape square, and it's enough. Rook B2, and it's over.
This was a masterpiece. Like, we were talking about how great some of the other games were. This one, sublime.
That would have taken me 30 minutes, and there'd be absolutely no guarantee that I would see that move. Knight takes B4. Are you kidding me? And bishop C4 would have gotten mated like this. Black doesn't even need the knight. Who needs the knights? Who needs anything except Magnus Carlsen's brilliancies?
I'm speechless. That was so exceptional to play in that tactical sequence to deliver a mating attack against Vidit's king. Wow, wow, wow.
And he didn't even need any time. He ended the game with 30 seconds on his clock. Magnus is in sublime form, as you put it. And a Jababa London. I like what I see.
That was just a brilliant. I can't get that out of my head. So we are into this next game. I'm going to force myself to move on, just like many people in the chat in their relationship. Oops, sorry, I shouldn't talk about like things like that. But here we see that the position is one that resembles it did resemble a Caracan for a moment. Now there's a pawn on c6. And Danya, I mean, this match clearly in Magnus's favor, but Vidit, he will try to fight for those last few games.
He will indeed, and I think chat is holding me to my promise of leaving the commentary. I honestly did not mean that for dramatic effect. I thought there was no way Magnus would find knight takes before because we saw that it was the best move. And at least speaking for myself, I still didn't understand it. So how can somebody find it within the confines of a bullet game and calculate it out? Well, that is why there's only one person on the planet named Magnus Carlsen. Actually, there's probably more than one. But there's only one of these Magnus Carlsens.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen, #1 rated player in the world. What a find that was by him. And Vidit is still playing well. Despite the match score getting away from him, the level of play from Vidit has been really high. It's just unfortunate for him that he's playing as Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. And Vidit should hold his head up high. Like I said, he scored some victories. He was completely even with Magnus for 60 minutes, 60, in the 3+1 time control. He was just lacking a little bit at the beginning of the match. And obviously the bullet has been all Carlsen. There's just nothing anybody can do when Magnus displays this kind of form in the 1-minute time control.
And in this game here, we see that it's even material. Both sides have bishop, 2 rooks, and 6 pawns. But Magnus is trying to spring free a passer on the queen's side with a move like b5 and then perhaps c5.
And just to quickly round off the topic, someone in the chat said that that resembled a Mikhail Tal game. Absolutely. Tal did have a couple of brilliancies in the modern Benoni. So I really think that that is a good parallel to draw. Tal would definitely be proud of that one.
Yes, and we often say Mikhail Tal when we see a tactical game, but as you mentioned, an opening that he was fond of, he had some great successes in. And in this game here, Danya, we have an end game where it's 2 rooks, bishop, and 5 per side. The center is opening up. I'm starting to like Vidit's position in the end game.
I'm liking Vidit's position as well. You can take on e5. That's a check. That gives you a tempo to escape the possibility of a fork. Vidit activates his rook a2, threatening bishop g4, threatening bishop takes b5, and forcing Magnus to drop his king all the way back to its initial square.
And the black king could have gone up to f4, but instead it goes back to d6, so he retreats. And the d4 pawn being loose over here, is there some kind of tactic with rook takes e2?
There might be, and bishop takes b5. Magnus playing for a win once again.
He wants a rook c7 at some point.
Oh. King f2 apparently is the only winning move.
No way.
He's going to find it.
Is there a checkmate there? Is he weaving a checkmate now with g3?
Yes. Rook takes d4 and g3 mate. And he's gone g3 immediately. Wrong move order.
And look at the black king.
He's going to lose.
Yes, because the white king is the one getting mated.
Oh my gosh, he came so close, did Magnus. I think he just confused the move order. And Vidit, a couple of moves away here from getting his first victory. Rook e2 mate. Oh, sexy in his own right.
Yes, Vidit says, you get one and I get one right back. That was a nasty checkmating sequence. Sure, Magnus missed some kind of mating net of his own. Hard to spot those, especially in bullet chess. But Vidit, at long last, he gets a win in the bullet.
Absolute kudos. Vidit kept trying to fight, kept doing everything within his power to douse the flames of Magnus Carlsen's incredible play, and he succeeded for that fleeting moment. The match is over. Obviously, we're purely making cosmetic changes to the score, but the chess is still so fascinating.
It is, and though Vidit can't win the match, he's making himself and everyone proud. You actually see the featured chat. Good job, Vidit. There are many supporters of Vidit Gujarati. I think that the community predictions, 98% in Magnus' favor. Unsurprising. But I think Vidit, he's put up such a marvelous fight. He knew he was the underdog. He wanted to give it his all, and this is a performance to be proud of.
Of course, and I'm a little bit biased because I'm a big fan of Vidit as a person. I think he's just an absolute class act and always has been. But as a chess player, to put up this kind of fight, not just against Magnus Carlsen, but against a Magnus who is in absolute peak form, is something to be proud of. I don't think there's a single person in the chat right now who's looking at this match and saying, I wish it was somebody else rather than Vidit who would have given Magnus a better fight. Vidit brought the best Magnus out of him, and that takes a very strong player in his own right.
That's right, because when Magnus doesn't win by like 20 points, sometimes people are like, he wasn't playing his best chess. No, Vidit actually had a great day with this technique throughout, with some tactical flourishes of his own. And in this game right here, Danya, the pawn on b4 is a bit stranded. The bishop on e1 is the only dark square bishop on the board. I like White's position, although the engine did not like knight to b6.
Is there bishop takes before intermezzo? I guess not. And we're going to get some sort of a liquidation here. White takes on a6, trade, and bishop g2. Oh, more craziness from Magnus.
And Vidit, he shakes his head.
Great move.
That's a great decision. Because now in the endgame, black is up a pawn, but white is the one with the easier moving passer.
You're exactly right. Bishop e7 there was the threat. You can play it now.
Ooh, bishop e7 is nice.
And b4. No, he's going to take the pawn. This is probably still a draw.
It should be, but knights are very tricky pieces. There could be a fork if you're not looking out for it. But that b pawn is also quite fast.
It is indeed. Magnus sticks his bishop on b5.
And if you get to take that knight with your light square bishop, opposite colored bishops, should be a very simple draw. And the dark square control is clear from white's bishop.
Okay, Magnus. Still playing, still trying, still creating chances.
Oh, he's winning now.
This is winning?
Yeah, because
you're winning.
F4, king f5, and unfortunately for white, you can't stop these pawns from pushing.
But what is the winning approach here? Because there are some positions which are drawn, but I think F and E are winning. You're right. The king is going to head over to...
Wait, but how does this win?
King f5, king g4, king f3.
Oh, he got around? Oh, you can't bring your king back. The bishop cut it off.
Nope. He comes around. He wins the game. How did he win this one too? And Vidit, all he can do is shake his head in admiration. With 2.5 minutes remaining, we might be down to our final game.
Magnus really can be a table base sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
He just knows when to make a transition. A lot of us, including myself, or especially myself, we're suggesting that you can't trade that knight for that bishop, opposite colored bishop. That should be a draw, right? He says, no, I have this scoped out. He gets another win. And Danya, Vidit's still playing really well. It's just not going his way down the final stretch.
I don't mean this in a condescending way at all. Rather, to further our understanding of what makes Magnus brilliant. But I think it's hard to fully grasp the extent of Magnus's knowledge until you face him in, let's say, a bullet match. That's when you realize that the guy makes decisions in a millisecond that you genuinely might not have been able to make in a classical game. And it's all based on just such an almost spiritual feel for the position that's very hard to describe. And, that is why we refer to Magnus as a once in a generation, perhaps once in a lifetime talent. It's that insane feel that almost never lets him down.
You mean like in this game where he played f5 completely unprovoked? He gives away a pawn and just takes over all the key squares on the king's side. It's not going to be easy for Vidit, who's down to 28 seconds in the game.
And this knight from c3, before I could even finish my sentence, Magnus goes around to f4. He blunts the black bishop with c3. He's playing both positionally and tactically at the same time as he drives up the pawn chain. His bishop from a2 drops back to b1. Perfect harmony is being achieved once more, and 15 seconds hasn't even been spent.
It's incredible stuff from Magnus. This will be our final game as we're now under 30 seconds on the match clock. And Vidit still putting up a great fight. I'm worried about his clock, but I'm not worried about his play. It's been good stuff from him.
It's been great stuff from him. Bishop sticks itself on g4. Now h5 has been prevented. This is officially going to be the last game of this incredible match, as Magnus releases the tension in the center with DC. Ugh. And it looks like Vidit's got a chance here to score the honor goal in the final game, much like Gukesh did.
That bishop on g5 looks pretty trapped. I guess he can steal the f4 pawn, but after all the swaps, white needs to be very careful that the first rank is covered and the rook will slide back.
Indeed. Rook E2, there is Rook F2. Vidit goes with a frontal attack. Rook B8 trying to force Rook F2. Then I think he had D4 in mind, but Magnus prevents it with the intermediate Bishop A2.
Nice move. And he plays C4, does Vidit to shut that bishop down. But look at the white knight returning just in time. I still like Vidit's position. I just don't like his clock.
I don't like his clock either. The rook swings over to D2, preventing knight to D1, which was a hidden threat. Will Magnus involve his bishop via B1? Will he do it now?
Bishop on C5. That looks, he does. And knight D1. So you called for that idea. It finally happens. And Magnus, he's like, oops, missed that. Impressed. But the D5 pawn is loose as well.
He takes B2. Magnus takes D5. And again, the clock situation starting to impact the game. Bishop A2, another great move. Knight E5. And white's winning. Rook A7 wins a piece. And Magnus is going to take the last one.
Wow, but C3 is a sudden threat. Doesn't
Knight
go
D4
for it.
Apparently is the only move.
And found?
Knight F5. Takes the rook. Wins the game. Wins the match.
With a knight fork to win another one, Magnus Carlsen has officially won this match 17.5 to 8.5. The final score does not do Vidit Gujarati justice, but Magnus, even though he was given a fight, he's proven that he has too much might.
And it rhymes too. The bullet segment has left me absolutely speechless. That game with knight takes b4 just epitomizes the kind of form that Magnus was in really from the very beginning of the match. There were a couple of bumpy moments. There was some unexpected turbulence, but he had his seatbelt on the entire time. Magnus takes this match by 9 total points.
So Magnus Carlsen with a 9-point match victory. He moves on to the quarterfinals where he awaits the winner of a match that has not taken place yet. So we do not know who Magnus will square off against in the next round, which is the quarterfinals. So why don't we pull up our bracket to show you the quarterfinalists that we do have, because we are almost there. We have seen many of the matches be finished. We saw Maxime Vachier-Lagrave win his match earlier today. We know that he will take on Nihal Sarin. But Maxime, while he knows his opponent, Magnus does not know his. But maybe as we see the bracket pulled up here, Jan Nepomniachtchi replaced Ding Liren. He takes on Arjun Erigaisi. Danya, big question. If you were Magnus Carlsen, who would you rather face, Jan or Arjun?
Well, there's the chess considerations, but there's also the sort of psychological considerations. Carlsen has already faced Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I think that he would take a crack at a revenge match against, Nepo would probably take a crack at a revenge match against Magnus. So I selfishly want to see that one. But Nepo Arjun is an amazing match in its own right to round off a round of 16 matches.
Well, everyone knows what's coming up next. Even though we don't know Magnus' opponent, we will hear from him. But before we do, let's take a look at the savvy moves presented by Coinbase, because we had not just a cool move, not just a great move, we had a sexy, savvy sequence by Magnus Carlsen.
We did indeed. I'm going to pull up that game, and let's rewind to the moment where it all began. This started out as a modern Benoni. Magnus involving all of his pieces in the attack, and the savvy move comes in this position. There is direct pressure on b4, but this pawn is untouchable, right, Robert? Right? Because white defends it as many times as black attacks it?
Well, we thought that was the case, but black says knight takes b4. And after knight takes b4, you may think that there's some tactics on the queen side, but full board awareness is essential. And Donna, queen f2 deserved that other 2 exclamation points.
And then there was yet another incredible move. Queen f2 was one of them. Bishop takes c4, queen takes f3, would get checkmated. And the final nail in the coffin, the bishop comes in, setting up a devastating battery, forcing the queen away. And after rook takes b4, it was all over. Magnus recovers the extra piece, and he is up a million pawns on the queen side. What an incredible sequence. The most incredible thing of all is that this happened in a bullet game.
He just could not be stopped, could Magnus Carlsen. He wins that game, he wins the match. But that was really nice stuff from the #1 rated player in the world. So we don't want to leave Magnus waiting too long. So we want to thank Coinbase again, and thank you all for watching the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. But don't go anywhere. Ask your questions right now in chat. We may be able to ask Magnus those very questions. We're going to head to break, but when we return, it's an interview with Magnus Carlsen, the winner of his opening match here in the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
spell chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish, before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
return with Magnus Carlsen as he won his opening match in the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Magnus, congratulations. I know you're probably keen on watching the Norway versus Georgia football match, but how are you feeling about the match you just had against Vidit?
Yeah, it's okay. I didn't have any particular expectations today. I didn't particularly, didn't particularly feel like I was in great shape. So it was just about getting through. I thought he did well. Didn't really feel like I was outplaying him ever. The games that I won were mostly either some time scrambles or some random tricks. So I think he played really well most of the time. But overall it was a bit of a slog. But I think it was never too much in doubt.
Magnus, a quick question about openings. In the second game, you trotted out a Najdorf. After that, you started playing more positionally with both colors, some Londons and e4, e5. You even tried out a French. To what degree are your opening choices in this match, as well as the SCC at large, the product of pre-planning? And to what degree is it just sort of a spur-of-the-moment decision based on how the match goes?
Yeah, I actually had a good position in the Najdorf. I just misplayed it later. I would say, I mean, this is a match I should. I mean, it's really one of the perks of, I think, being specifically the 1 or 2 seed, that you're a huge favorite in the first match. So I didn't do any prep for this one, but I probably will for. At least a bit for subsequent matches. So I thought, let's move around a bit. But I also know he's strong in the opening, so it's kind of hard to get to him too much. But yeah, I was just moving around. I wasn't trying to play anything too crazy or unsound. Just moving around a bit.
And Magnus, you've had great success in the last couple months. You won 2 Champions Chess Tour events. You won a Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz. You, of course, won the World Cup. Do you feel like you're really hitting your stride at this moment this year?
I think form comes and goes a little bit. So, sometimes I win even when I'm not playing well, Sometimes, like not in this Championship Tour event, but the event before, I both play really well and I win. And sometimes I play okay and I still win. Today, for instance, it was just a day at work, really. I just came home yesterday. Little bit jet lag, a little bit tired, so but I think in general my chest shape is more or less okay, and as long as I sort of raise my level a bit for the subsequent matches, I should be in good shape.
Magnus, apart from a couple sparkling tactical games, you also converted a couple of equal end games into wins and even pulled out wins out of a couple worse end games. For aspiring players in the chat, could you share a particular player or maybe a book that inspired you to study and improve your end games when you were in your beginning stages of your career?
Yeah, I think Fundamental Chess Endings by Miller and Lamprecht helped me quite a bit when I was around 11, 12. Apart from that, I think there are a lot of yeah, a lot of playing end games is just positional understanding and perseverance, and those usually come with experience. They're not so hard. They're not so easy to teach. But I wouldn't say that I particularly excelled in that regard. I mean, I did win a few, but I think I'd normally expect to win more end games than I did today.
And Magnus, we did have some featured chat questions. We asked them for anything they wanted to ask you. And one question from Gaming Hyena is, what does the P on your hat stand for? Because you were sporting that cap earlier.
I'm not sure, but it's for sure golf related. It's like Puma golf wear.
Got it. Another chat question from Raveen Dune. Magnus, your views on Hyperbullet 30-second as a potential time control in the next SCC?
I don't really see the point, to be honest. Like 1-1 is a good game. So are you gonna play 30 seconds without increment? I mean, I think for me, 30-second chess is only sort of playable on other unnamed servers.
Yep, makes sense, Magnus. And one last question from the chat. This one, I like this one from Kitty Fleet Commander. They ask, how do you achieve such composure, moving instantly, confidently, and accurately?
Yeah, sometimes I do that, but like today, I was at times at least trying to move instantly and confidently, and because I didn't think I would be able to play accurately. So, of course, when it all comes together, it looks very good, but yeah, I wouldn't say that happened today. And as for composure, I probably kept my composure like a little bit better in scrambles than he did, but I wasn't really happy with my play there. So yeah, thanks a lot for the nice words, but whoever wrote that question, but I don't think it's suitable for today.
Well, Magnus, you definitely astounded many of the fans out there. We will let you get your rest. Watch that Norway football match. I'm sure you're excited to see the successes from your native team, but we'll see you next match. We don't know who you're going to play between Arjun and Nepo. I guess before we let you go, do you have a preference on who to face?
I think Jan is a more interesting opponent, but I feel like the match is pretty open. Like, obviously Jan is a better player, but he's extremely tiltable. So if Arjun can get going at some point, it's completely open.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Magnus. Congrats once again, and we'll see you soon for your next match.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
And that is the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, who takes down Vidit Gujrati 17.5 to 8.5. And as you see, 14 wins in Magnus's favor, a 92.7% average accuracy. And Danya, 98.8% highest accuracy for Magnus. He was electric throughout.
I mean, 92.7 across 3 time controls, including bullet. That's crazy. And a big shout out, Vidit, staying over 90 as well. And we've almost rounded out our quarterfinal bracket. There's one slot that remains to be filled. And we will have Nepo against Arjun in our final round of 16 matchup. It's going to be an incredible one. Magnus Carlsen, I am sure, is going to watch that one with bated breath.
Yes, and Magnus, I'm sure, is going to go watch the Norway-Georgia match, football match. For the. It seems like Norway is up 2 goals. He'll be a happy camper. But he is, as he said, anticipating Jan Nepomsky as the favorite against Arjun Erigaisi. He looks forward to a rematch from the 2021 World Chess Championship against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Danya, he said that Jan, he's the stronger player, but he's tiltable.
Yeah, he said he's extremely tiltable, and he is. And that's going to be a really interesting battle of the generations. I'm looking forward to that one. I'm looking forward to all of the quarterfinals matchups, Robert. And if they're going to be anything like the matches we saw today from morning to evening, I think we're in for treat after treat.
Well, we are definitely going to be treated to a matchup tomorrow. It will be Wesley versus Alireza. But before we say goodbye to everybody and say see you then, we do want to give these two players here, Alireza and Wesley, their due. Danya, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Pick a favorite.
Listen, I think normally I would pick Alireza, but he was very topsy-turvy in his form against Andrakin. He almost lost that match. I think if he doesn't improve his form, the one that he showed against Dimitri, I'm going to have to go with Wesley. It's all going to depend on the form that Alireza shows. I can't wait for the match, though. It's going to be a really fun one. Don't miss it.
It's going to be fun indeed. Wesley struggled against Levon down the stretch, but he already had a pretty huge lead thanks to his blitz prowess. So it's going to be a closely contested match. We will see that tomorrow. But before I say goodbye, I want to give a shout out to a very special event near and dear to our hearts, calling all chess clubs. You are eligible to participate in Judith Polgar's Chess Connects Us Championship. Clubs from all over the world are invited to nominate 4 players to compete in the online event on October 14th for the chance to win prizes from Chess.com, Chessable, and Judith Polgar herself. Join us in celebrating the game that connects us all. Use the command Chess Connects in chat to learn more. Danya, Judith Polgar, what a star, what an awesome player, and maybe an even better ambassador for the game.
Absolutely. Love Judith. Obviously, her incredible playing career, her commentating career, and now her career, as you put it, as a chess ambassador. Great time to be alive. We've got so many really wholesome figures carrying forward chess on so many different levels, spreading it to so many different people. And it really, really reinforces the idea that this is the golden age of chess, not least because we've got the SEC to watch. These are the golden few months of chess, and tomorrow the festivities continue.
They do indeed. So get a night's rest, enjoy yourself. But tomorrow we'll be back for another day, another match in the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Thanks so much to Coinbase for sponsoring this event. Thanks to all of you for being here with us. Danya, thanks, and I'll see you tomorrow. See you then, everybody. It's Wesley versus Alireza.